Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the December 11th, 2025 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and is being recorded. Commissioners Benedon, Stebbins, Roy, and myself participating in today's meetings. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners before we proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 4 change of ownership recommendations, 30 license renewal recommendations, 4 final license recommendations, 8 provisional license recommendations, and 1 responsible vendor training renewal. Following the approval of licenses, we will take up item number 7 under the Commission discussion and vote section, the final vote of the draft of social consumption regulations. Following the vote on the draft of social consumption regulations, we will enter into a 30-minute recess to allow commissioners to participate in Scrum. When the Commission has reconvened, we will continue with the agenda, starting with approval of 4 sets of minutes, then the Executive Director and Commission staff report. There are 9 items in the Commission discussion and vote section today. Hopefully we will get to all of them. Job description, Director of Testing, Procedure of Legal Intervention, discussion and vote on omitted data from the 2025 industry report regarding public health and safety, fiscal year 2027 budget discussion, a new metric product catalog with COAs, updates to the testing data on the Commission open data website, vote for Commission Treasurer and Secretary for 2026, notices of deficiency process discussion, and final vote of the draft social consumption regulations, revisions to 935 CMR 500 and 935 CMR 501. And again, this may not be the exact order that we follow today, given time constraints. We do have someone presenting to us today. Again, I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. If needed, the Commission may enter executive session. If commissioners, first of all, I will start with initial comments, and I will turn things over, and I will do this in alphabetical order today, and we will start with Commissioner Benedon.
Hi, good morning. It's great to see everybody. Thank you. I don't think I have any particular updates or comments, so I'll pass it along.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chair. I'll be really brief. I just want to say today is an important day. Today, the Commission honors the will of the voters from ballot question 4 passed in 2016. It took a long path to get here, but today we have arrived. I want to thank Chair O'Brien for her leadership and scheduling an ambitious amount of meetings to get us over the finish line. I also want to mention that Chair O'Brien and myself did an interview recently with CBS News around THC inflation, and we had a lengthy interview. In the news, it gets called down to a quick minute or a sound bite, but it's a nationwide problem. It's not unique to Massachusetts. We have potency inflation and lab shopping. And today we're going to talk perhaps about the economic drivers that lead to that. But what we need is, in my opinion, 3 things have to occur. We need an internal reference lab so we can confirmatory test. We need a secret shopper plan that is being executed. And we need open data with no roadblocks. We need de-anonymized, open data, aggregated for the world to see anomalies and outliers. So no more roadblocks. Let's work on getting this done. In the last few meetings, I said, I don't want to hear how we can't do it. I want to hear how we can. And so this is a public health issue. I sit in the public health seat. I take this very seriously. We've been meeting with the ITLs on a regular cadence. We are in agreement. We need standardization. We all are in agreement, and I've said this for the last 4 years, and I think people were wondering why I was saying it, the need for a standards lab, but we clearly need one. And we need open data, de-anonymized open data without waivers for the world to see. So no more roadblocks. Let's get this done so consumers and patients have accuracy in their labels. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of updates since our last meeting and some additional comments as we move to close out the year. So it might be a little lengthy. I apologize. Monday, I had the chance to visit with the mayor of Gardner to share information about our progress with respect to social consumption. We reviewed the current proposed regulatory changes, requirements for prospective licensees, as well as the role and options for any host communities. So I thank the mayor for his time. After that, I had a chance to tour Garden Remedies facility in Fitchburg, meet with their team. Thanks to Samantha Woodman for arranging that visit. Great discussion around badging, accounts receivable, tier relegation, and some other topics. Also had the opportunity to tour a growing and production facility for Fresh Connection, also in Fitchburg, and thank Will Seagard and his team for hosting me. Yesterday, the ED or DGAP team and I were invited to give a presentation for, I hope I got her title correct, Executive Office Economic Development Director Ann Goby, in a virtual meetings that she hosts for rural communities across Massachusetts. We discussed social consumption, we discussed hemp, we discussed the status of cannabis as the Commonwealth's top crop, and developments with respect to delivery. Again, thanks to Director Goby and her team for inviting us. I know she is forwarding us a number of questions with respect to our regulations that she's already getting from some of the municipality officials that were on the call. Finally, excited for today's vote on social consumption. Really wish to express my thanks to the members of the working group, both past and present, who I've had the honor to work with on this effort. Mike, Erica, Jessica, Matt, Andrew, Phil, and acknowledge the contributions from our comms team, EPCO, I&E, enforcement, research, and the rest of our legal team, and to thank all of the stakeholders, communities, other states that we talked to, public health and safety officials, and groups who offered critical insights and ideas for our framework. I want to thank the ED, and I also want to thank my colleagues for immersing yourself in the details and the deliberations. A big first step for this marketplace. Also important to note some of the other changes that I hope we can improve today, which haven't necessarily gotten the same amount of attention, but are changes we're making to badging, which will have benefits across the industry, and specific changes to ITL agent badging that will support our ITLs. And I want to thank Megan Dobro for helping us recognize and make that important change. So, and wish everyone a safe and happy, healthy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, and I want to echo the individuals that have gotten us to this period. And I also want to thank the folks who have been waiting for social consumption, which we will be finalizing today. I know there's been some criticism about when I returned or when Commissioner Benedon joined the commission, and there were some concerns about whether or not that would delay this process. The fact is we kept the promise. This is going to be done and it'll be sent to the Secretary of State's office before the end of the year. But because I think of some of the great comments that Commissioner Benedon has added, even in the first couple of meetings she's been here, we've been able to, in this piece of regulatory writing, we've been able to remove unnecessary regulatory burdens. We've been able to help retailers actually sell snacks, which is a small but important revenue source for them, making sure that we have THC inhibitors that can help overserved people. There are a number of nuances and a number of changes that have happened during the past 7 meetings that we've had since I returned to the commission and Commissioner Benedon joined us. So I just want to say I thank Commissioner Stebbins for working on this for 2-3 years. I think you and Commissioner Camargo were working on this. And I thank Commissioner Roy for the important additions that she made. And again, all the staff who contributed to this. But I do think these last 7 meetings have been especially critical to making this the best bill that we possibly, the best regulatory writing that we could put out there. So I want to thank people for their patience. And I do know that this is just a beginning. We have a lot of work to do. I've already been reaching out to a number of mayors to set up some of the advisory groups that will help us actually make this a reality. So again, thank all the staff for the work that they've done. Thank my commissioners for the work that they have done. Thank the executive director for his leadership, because obviously he stepped in through this process. So again, just want to applaud everyone for the hard work. But now we're going to get to the business at hand. So we're going to be starting on staff recommendations on provisional license. And there are 8 provisional licenses that we will be voting on today. Suko, are you going to be leading this or? Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. Oh, I thought we were going to go.
Oh, my apologies.
No. We're going right to this first. There's a time sensitivity to this one. And then again, this is what I was saying is that I read the script about timing, but we have a couple of things that we might move out of order because of some other issues that are occurring outside. We have a very timely approval here. So anyway, Director, thank you. If you could take over that.
So today, all right, so we're presenting provisional license recommendations today. The first one on the agenda is Cape Way Cannabis LLC, MRN 285074. The applicant here is Cape Way Cannabis LLC, doing business as Cape Way Cannabis. The proposed location is 120 MacArthur Boulevard, located in Bourne. They're seeking a marijuana retail license. The applicant received general review. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations. I'm presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Do I have any questions or comments? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Roy, will you approve the staff's recommendation on the provisional license for Cape Way Cannabis?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Benedon?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Cape Way Cannabis is approved unanimously. Cloud9 Visions.
The applicant here is Cloud9 Visions LLC. The proposed location is 5 Cheshire Road, Suite 12, located in Pittsfield. They are seeking a marijuana retail license. The applicant received expedited review as an SCP. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments, or conditions from the commissioners? Hearing none, Commissioner Stebbins, will you move to approve the provisional license of Cloud9 Visions?
So moved.
Commissioner Benedon, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. This passes unanimously. Moving on to Chief Cannabis.
The applicant here is Chief Cannabis LLC. The proposed location is 10 Canal Street, located in Bourne. They are seeking a marijuana retail license. The applicant received expedited review as a veteran-owned business. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Do I have any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none. Commissioner Benedon, do I hear a motion to approve Chief Cannabis provisional license?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon. Chair votes aye. Chief Cannabis provisional license is approved. DMS Trinity.
The applicant here is DMS Trinity LLC, doing business as Trinity Naturals. The proposed location is 36 Charles Street, located in Malden. They are seeking a marijuana retail license. This applicant received expedited review as an SCP and minority-owned business. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none. Commissioner Roy, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. DMS Trinity provisional license is approved. Moving on to Just Creatives.
The applicant here is Just Creatives LLC. The proposed location is 90 Con Street, number 219H, located in Northampton. They are seeking a marijuana courier license. The applicant received expedited review as an SCP. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Do I have any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none. Commissioner Benedon, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. The provisional license of Just Creatives passes unanimously. Moving on to Melting Pot Manufacturing.
The applicant here is Melting Pot Manufacturing. The proposed location is 321 West Grove Street, floor 2, unit 1, located in Middleborough. They are seeking a product manufacturing license. This applicant received expedited review as an SEP. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Melting Pot Manufacturing provisional license passes unanimously. Moving on to Paper Crane Provisions.
The applicant here is Paper Crane Provisions LLC. The proposed location is 56 Gardner Road, located in Hubbardston. They are seeking a product manufacturing license. The applicant received expedited review as an SEP. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for commission's review and vote.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions from the commissioners? Hearing none. Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, do I hear a second to that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Paper Crane Provisions provisional license is passed unanimously. And moving on to TMAP1 LLC.
The applicant here is TMAP1 LLC, doing business as Technic Group. The proposed location is 6 Cobbler Drive, located in Fitchburg. They are seeking a product manufacturing license. The applicant received general review. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments regarding this license? Hearing none, I will ask for a motion to approve. Commissioner Roy,
So moved.
do I hear a second? Commissioner Stebbins,
Second.
having been moved and seconded, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. TMAP1 LLC passes unanimously. Thank you. Now, we will be moving on to staff recommendations for change of ownership.
Madam Chair,
Oh, sorry.
just make one point on the provisional folks who may be under time constraints today and looking to get
Is there
information.
more than one that's under time constraints?
I know that there's at least one.
Oh, all right. Okay.
So just to make a note for those folks who are looking to pay specifically today because they're looking to move their processing along, that when you are looking to pay your provisional license fee online through N-Court, you must then go in and click.
COURT, right?
Correct, yep. N-Court, yep, and that is the spelling. You must click submit button after completing your payment. This will ensure the payment is properly transmitted to Mass CIP and will help prevent any delays in processing. That is a message that we've worked through with other folks in the past, so just making sure that folks are aware.
And again, just to explain for people who are listening, that this is one of the reasons that we took this upfront so quickly is because we do have at least one social equity provisional applicant that is looking to qualify for funds from the cannabis fund. So it's due today. So, and again, thanking the staff for helping. There was a little bit of a glitch and they did extra duty to make sure this could happen. So I thank them for that. So thank you for that clarification. So again, moving on to change of ownership. Or no, moving on to license renewal, sorry.
There are 25 adult use and 5 MTC renewal recommendations for the commission's consideration. Commission staff has reviewed the applications for compliance with the applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for commission's review and vote.
Great, thank you. And these will be voted on as a group. Do commissioners have any questions or comments regarding Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Just a quick point. No condition really need to attach to it, but I believe number 13 DM Orange LLC talked about making a contribution to the Social Equity Trust Fund. They noted that they weren't aware of how they could do it, but they've kept that goal for their positive impact going forward. Obviously, the fund, as we all know, is not something we operate, but the EOED has now set it up that licensees can make contributions. There is a way to do that. So hopefully DM can either go to EOED's website or certainly reach out to us and we can direct them to the right people, but appreciate their interest in making a contribution.
Can you clarify that in terms of how people know what they can do? Because you like creativity, I hate it. And I just think I want people to understand how they can meet their responsibilities as a business while meeting our social mission, but making sure it is as easy and seamless as possible. So could you elaborate a little bit on, because I don't know this, it sounds like because of your inquiry or someone's inquiry that they have now made this process more streamlined and
Sure,
less creative,
sure.
but
You know, when we were doing the implementation for Chapter 180, one of the changes in the regulations that we all made was you could meet your efforts under your positive impact plan by making a donation to the Social Equity Trust Fund, which Chapter 180 also helped set up and create. So it was quite some time ago, but EOED joined us for a meeting and said, now there is a way that you can make a contribution. So DM, as I was reading through the material, they might have had a different name that they attached to it, but I think for all intents and purposes, they're trying to identify the Social Equity Trust Fund. They wanted to keep that as a goal in their updated positive impact plan. So it's certainly, according to our regs, is a way that they can meet their positive impact plan intentions. But again, as we all know, the fund isn't ours. It comes out of the Executive Office of Economic Development, and they now have set up a way, account, et cetera, that entities, our licensees can make a contribution, but it's completely.
But if I can ask, so if the Executive Office of Economic Affairs has allowed this, how do we publicize it? How do we let, you know what I mean? That's, I think, as people are going through this process and they're trying to comply and they're, obviously, spending a lot of time figuring out how to put together their business plan and the paperwork that they need to send to us. How do we let them know that this is a seamless way that they can meet some of the requirements of their licensing?
I think what we've done to this point, again, we had EOED join us virtually for a meeting to say they are now set up to accept contributions. I think we could certainly talk with our team about what information we make available. I think to your point on our website and our material for licensees to follow, but
that's what I was saying is I think that I think that you've done good work allowing it to be more seamless to happen, but we probably should be making sure that we make people aware of that opportunity. Commissioner Royce.
Thank you. Through the chair to Commissioner Stebbins. And thank you for bringing this up. Could you share with folks listening how they physically do it? Is there a link on the website? How do they physically make that donation?
If I recall, and I didn't look into this, is I was in advance of this meeting, but EOED does have either a link or they have, they've certainly set up the process by which they can receive a contribution. But I think to the chair's point, I'd have to go back and look for the details, but certainly we can share that with folks that are interested in making this part of their positive impact plan.
Thank you. Thank you. So that having been said, if there are no further questions or comments, Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a motion to review these 20 license renewals as submitted by staff?
So moved.
Commissioner Benedon, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair O'Brien votes aye, and that is unanimous. And now we are moving towards, wait a minute, we've gone through this, right? This, are we on the right page? There are 30 total. I said 21. Okay, because I couldn't see these going back there. Sorry. So, I said 30. Yeah, I would like to amend. I would seek an amended motion from
So,
Commissioner Roy.
30 licensees.
30 licensees. I said the number wrong. Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that that amended motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will once again take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon. As amended, all 30 licenses are renewed unanimously. My apologies. Okay, and moving on to change of ownership. I'm just looking on the script on the screen. Anyway, we can move to change of ownership, or which Director, which would you like to go to?
Ms. Manager, and however you want to do it, it's fine with me.
Okay, all right, so why don't we go on to recommendations for final licenses? There are 4 voted on as a group.
There are 4 final license recommendations for the commission's consideration, which include 1 EE, 1 SEP, 1 woman-owned, and 1 general. Commission staff has reviewed the applications for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on the recommendations on these final licenses? Hearing or seeing none. Commissioner Roy, do I hear a motion to approve these final licenses?
So moved.
Commissioner Benedon, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take a call the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. These 4 final licenses are approved. And we are now moving on to responsible vendor training renewal.
About change of ownership.
Well, I'm just trying to, only because I'm using different slides, and so I'm trying to just make sure I'm efficient, and we have a little bit of a weird, out of kilter way that we are moving this agenda because we're taking a break in the middle. So I've got 5 different pieces of paper that I'm looking at. So anyway, I apologize for not being very seamless myself. Okay, we will move on to responsible vendor training renewals.
The applicant here is Bud Education. They are seeking to be renewed for an additional 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. Since their original certification date, they have provided instruction for 15,797 marijuana establishments and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on the staff's recommendation to approve the responsible vendor training renewal for Bud Education? Hearing and seeing none, I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Roy, to approve.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take a call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
The renewal of responsible vendor training provider Bud Education is done unanimously. So again, and now, so I think that are we through everything here? We do the change of ownership. So I'm just saying I'm missing some, I apologize, I'm missing something. So we will move on to change of ownership. My apologies, because I have some documents that are not necessarily all in sync. So anyway, change of ownership. Thank you. If we can move to that. Thank you.
All right, the licensee here is Coastal Cultivars Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of 2 adult use licenses. They are requesting to add 2 individuals and 1 entity. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Do I hear any, Commissioner Roy?
I just have a comment. Thank you, Chair. I just want to know on the Theory Wellness, it's one of 4 ESOPs operating in Massachusetts today. That's the employee stock ownership plan, where the employees are owners in the company, and they just, I believe, created another entity within that umbrella. But my experience in visiting an ESOP is quite remarkable, actually. Employee morale is high, turnover is low when employees are vested in it. It also provides enormous, I'm not going to give a commercial for ESOPs, but from what I've learned, it offers an enormous benefit with regards to 280E You're no longer beholden to that. So I know more folks are exploring that option, but I just wanted to point that out around Theory Wellness. And secondly, I would like to put changes of ownership on a future agenda, Madam Chair, if possible. Unfortunately, I'm hearing more about receiverships than I am about renewals. And in a lot of time, these distressed entities are on a time is money, literally. And I was wondering if we could talk about it as a board, whether we want to prioritize those changes of ownership in the queue when we know they're in receivership and these are distressed sales. And, unfortunately, I'm hearing from a lot of folks that we're seeing more and more receiverships in Massachusetts. And again, there's no bankruptcy protections because of the federal illegality. So I just want to flag that, Madam Chair, for a future agenda if possible.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. And just to echo Commissioner Roy's point on these, on Theory Wellness, as you said, going through an ESOP change, and the one Commissioner Roy and I had the opportunity to visit an ESOP licensee. And to her point,
It was incredible.
just the engagement of the agents is a lot different. You talked about the better tax treatment that ESOPs can pursue with respect to federal tax recognition. And it's also proven to be a way for some owners to try to transition out of the industry and allow their employees. As I was reading through, and I think, we hit on some of these points, I would love to think of how we could help flatten or smooth the ESOP transition a little bit easier when we go through changes of ownership, because when you read through the report from our team, yes, they're adding an ESOP holding company, but you get through the other questions. The following individuals will be added as persons having indirect or direct control. None. Following individuals will be removed from the license. None. The following entities will be removed from the license. None. So it definitely is, hopefully it takes our team a little bit less time to go through changes of ownership, but we might want to look at how we do that, knowing that there's not considerable change when it comes to the actual ownership. So
I think that both the point that you make, Commissioner Stebbins, and the point that Commissioner Roy makes is that we are at a different inflection point right now in terms of things that are going on with different licensees. It's always been a significant challenge for anyone to enter the market. And again, I thank the staff for helping, because we have some social equity applicants that are looking to take advantage of some of the funds that the legislature has made available. There is the problem with licensees giving up their license, and so we need to be responsive to that and making sure that we are on top of potential opportunities that could help the industry as a whole. And maybe it's one, making information available about how they can make payments and meet their recommendations, or how they could possibly access a different organization model that could be beneficial for the employees and the businesses themselves. So I appreciate the comments from everybody. That being said, are there any questions or comments on the recommendation to approve the change of ownership for postal cultivars? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve from Commissioner Roy.
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Benedon?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair O'Brien votes aye. It passes unanimously. Now on to Seven Leaf Sisters.
The licensee here is Seven Leaf Sisters Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of 2 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 4 individuals and 1 entity. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from my fellow commissioners? Hearing none. Commissioner Benedon, will you move to approve the change of ownership recommended by staff for Seven Leaf Sisters?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon. Chair votes aye. Seven Leaf Sisters, change of ownership passes unanimously. Moving on to Slang Incorporated.
The licensee here is Slang Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of 1 adult use license. They are requesting to add 3 individuals and 3 entities. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Do I hear any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none. Commissioner Roy, will you move to approve this change of ownership for Slang Incorporated?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Slang Incorporated, change of ownership passes unanimously. Theory Wellness.
The licensee here is Theory Wellness Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of 3 adult use licenses and 3 MTC licenses and are requesting to add 1 entity. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none. Commissioner Stebbins, will you make a motion to approve the change of ownership for Theory Wellness?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes unanimously. And I believe we have one last responsible, oh, no, we did responsible vendor training. So
Minutes, I guess.
yeah, I'm gonna go to the minutes, yeah, because we just so you know, because we do have a visitor coming that will be making a presentation and we are gonna be taking a break. We are a little bit changing the order today. And again, I apologize for my lack of managing this smoothly. So next we will move to the minutes, approval of the minutes. So if we can put that up, okay, great. So are we ready for that? Okay. We will, so the first round of minutes that are subject to approval are from the October 1st, 2025 meeting. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none. Commissioner Roy, will you move to approve the October 1st, 2025 meeting?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Abstain.
Chair votes aye. 3 votes in favor, 1 abstention. Moving on to October 9th, 2025. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none. Commissioner Stebbins, will you move to approve the October 9th, 2025 AM meeting? Because if you recall, we had another issue with a licensee needing us to put something on the agenda. We had missed the open meeting law filing deadline. So we actually had 2 meetings on October 9th. So this is the AM meeting. So Commissioner Stebbins, will you move to approve for the October 9th, 2025 meeting?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Abstain.
Having Chair O'Brien votes aye, so it's 3 in favor and 1 abstention. Moving to October 9th, 2025 PM. Any questions or comments? Hearing none. Commissioner Roy, will you move to accept the minutes as drafted for October 9th, 2025, the PM meeting?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Abstain.
Chair votes aye. 3 in favor, 1 abstention. Now, finally, October 15th, 2025. Do we have any questions or comments, additions to those minutes? Hearing and seeing none. Commissioner Roy, will you move to accept those minutes as drafted?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Unanimously voted on those minutes. So thank you very much. So now, thank you very much to the licensing staff. So we now will be moving on to Commissioner Roy.
I have a comment at the end for the minutes.
Oh, please, please make your comment.
Okay. I just have a question and maybe as the acting secretary, hopefully maybe be reelected secretary today if he wants it. I have a question on the executive session minutes. So I know we're subject to triannual review of the minutes. And we vote as a board, whether to release the minutes from executive session if the purpose has expired.
Mhm.
So I know that step. What happens, do the commissioners ever get those minutes from executive session for us to review?
I believe we do. I think it's, if I'm correct, and ED may correct me, We start with the review of what is no longer protected, and there's a lot of stuff that's still protected, even from far before any of us joined the commission. And then the ones that we do decide are no longer protected. I think the subsequent meeting, we see those and approve.
So my question, with Chair,
Please.
to the Executive Director, I've had questions. Where can the public find those executive session minutes on our
Where can the
website?
commissioners find those executive sessions?
Madam Chair.
I've had questions around this.
Please, thank you.
I was actually just having that discussion, and it seems like it's probably going to be, and I apologize to a few different teams that'll probably have to help me do this. It seems like the history here has been the minutes are found within the packets of the meetings in which they're approved. And in some instances, I see them broken out, but for the most part, to find, for example, minutes that are reflected here elsewhere on the agenda, I had to go into a packet that had the minutes that were approved. So hopefully we can easily, without a ton of work, separate them so that they're more easily searchable on the website.
Yeah.
But it does seem like it's going to be a little bit of a project to do that, but I will start that process. The chair had flagged that for me previously.
Okay.
So that is unfortunately the answer is when they're approved, they're in the packet. So then you have to look up the meeting that they were approved in, whereas they should be separated so they're more easily searchable.
Or they should be with the meet, well, no, because we don't, well, because some of them are separate executive sessions.
So another way that we could look at how to, and that's why I'll have to work with a digital team and everybody. But really, if you look at the previous meeting, that's how we would do it in municipal, for example, is you would go to that date on the calendar and then you would have the original packet, the agenda, and the minutes would ideally be linked through there. Otherwise, it could be all on one separate page. So it's in numerical.
Make it easier to just
Whatever.
put it on one separate page
Yeah.
because you now have to, because I know that there were some minutes that from an executive sessions, and frankly, the executive sessions were held in violation of open meeting law. So they should have been held in front of the public in the first place. And the former general counsel, they were held for months and months and months and months and months. And so, the commissioners need to not only have access to that, but also if we're not necessarily recording those, and do we record executive sessions?
Madam Chair, my understanding is that there was a period of time prior to my arrival that was done. I'm unclear on why. It's not a practice that I'm used to. But in the executive sessions that I've been involved in, we have not recorded.
So it's probably a policy we should look at, because I do know that some of the executive sessions that were held in violation of open meeting law, that there were videos that were taken. And so, just as any of these meetings, you can actually have a videotape to go and see what happened in the meeting. I know that executive sessions are a little bit different because while we all know that everything we do, we are a public agency, we don't get to hide data, we don't get to hide information, that there is probably a different posture when you're in an executive session where you're having a conversation. So it does make it more difficult for the legal team that does have to redact. But it feels like we probably need to take a look at that as a policy. Because, if it takes your legal counsel a year to go through and vet those minutes, a year, and I've seen as much as a year and a half, or at least a year after a purpose is done. If I'm going to go and look at those minutes and I want to be able to vote on them and approve them, I may not remember that far back, and my notes may not be as fulsome as anybody else's if I'm actually engaged in conversation. So it's a conversation for another time, but I do think we should look at determining how we can best capture information from executive session meetings.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank
Thank you. Happy to work with you on what a policy discussion might look like. Also, we'll work with most likely GAP and some other teams here on whether or not we can break out. So on the website, it's easier to just sort of go through the ones that have been approved. Obviously, as you mentioned, for executive session, it is when the purpose is up, which sometimes impacts the timeline, but I think you referenced that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rowe.
Through the chair to the executive director. For the general public, the regular minutes, non-executives, are those also within the meeting packets, or are they housed separately?
If I may.
Please, thank you.
So, for example, I was looking up because we have August 14th reference later on in the agenda. So when I just had to find it, I went through the meeting that it was approved on. And so I can provide that link in the chat so people can go to those when when that's up on the agenda later. And so in that example, they are not listed separately.
Okay.
But if I can just point out, Commissioner Roy, that there's a difference between a meeting that's held behind closed doors that's not recorded and these meetings.
Absolutely.
Right? These meetings, we are in front of the public, everything we say, down to, me pushing my hair this way, they can see what we're doing, what we're saying, how we're discussing things. So the minutes are really more a vestige of before we had all this technology to capture everything live so that people know, what's going on. So even if maybe we draft minutes and maybe it doesn't 100% capture everything, you can go back to the YouTube channel and you can see what we did. So that I think is a difference. Commissioner Roy.
And also, just a question for the executive director. For redactions on executive, is there an SOP? What rises to the level of redaction?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
Everything would fall under open meeting law. I'm sure we could get more specifically into that, but I think if the chair is looking to have a policy discussion, we could probably incorporate that into it.
Yeah.
I would reference the open meeting law. I know obviously we have an open meeting law expert as well, so I won't step out of my feet.
I'm smelling chairman of a subcommittee, but anyway.
But so I think, I can certainly provide all of the open meeting law background, but ultimately that is what that is falling within. And I think if we're going to discuss policy related to that, we can certainly put all that information together at that point.
That'd be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Bennett, someone may have just volunteered you for some additional response.
Happy to do it.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so I think so we've gone through the minutes. So now I think we will be turning our attention to the final vote on the draft social consumption regulations revisions. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Just quickly before we get to that, thanks to the team, they put in the chat the information about how you can make a contribution they put in the link to the EOED website. And there's actually part of the page which talks about how you make a donation, and it takes you right over to the payment page.
Is that from Anne Marie? I saw something popping up and
Yep.
I couldn't get to it. So thank you. Thank you, Anne Marie. Appreciate that. Okay, now fully switching gears, moving on to the final vote of draft social consumption regulations and revisions to 935 CMR 500 and 935 CMR 501. And we're going to have to switch folks up. Yes. So thank you very much. Please, yes, we will. If you want to break, would you like to make a motion?
So moved.
All right, motion to recess until 10 past 11. Do I hear a second on that, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Okay, having been moved and seconded, call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Mr. Benedon, chair votes aye. We will be back at 11:10. Again, thank you to the licensing team for helping us with this. And again, I really appreciate the extra work you did to help the folks who were under the gun to get things done in time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we are reconvening, and I will turn this over to our legal team that has been leading the way on the regulatory changes for social consumption. So I will turn this first to Attorney Bruno. You're going to lead the discussion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After the Commissioners' deliberations last week, we have updated a draft, a final draft for Commissioners' consideration. Unless there are any other areas of discussion, we would present that for your final consideration.
That's too easy. Attorney Baker, are there any comments that you would like to make? And I'd just like to start out by, I said it off camera, but just thanking you both. And there were many people, Rachel, we had many people who were working on the team to keep us on track and moving. And I know this has been a long process, and I can't even imagine the hours you've spent and how many pairs of eyeglasses you've gone through looking at the fine print. So I thank you all, and I thank the team that supported them as well. It's a real feat. So I want to thank you very much. Are there any questions, comments, Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the legal team. DGC Baker has been at this for a long time. He's put a lot of hours and manpower, and then he got incredible Attorney Bruno to help him see this through. And we're very grateful to you. I'm grateful to my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Stebbins, you were part of this working group from the beginning, and Commissioner Benedon, you've come in on the 11th hour, but you contributed significant contributions to this. I want you to know that, and thank you for that. As an aside, Chair, you had mentioned in your opening comments about the shelf-stable snacks, and they will be permitted in our social consumption licensees, but after promulgation, let me just step back. After promulgation, they will be permitted in our retail. So could we just take a moment? I've had a ton of questions. Point to for our retailers where in the regulations, so they know that they will be able to, once these regulations are promulgated, to sell shelf-stable snacks, which would provide them a different revenue stream.
Please, thank you, Attorney Bruno. Thanks.
Yes, this is under 500-140, Section 3. Subsection E, which states that a marijuana establishment may sell non-infused food, water, and drink items that are prepackaged prior to arrival on the premises and are shelf stable. The section continues, but that is exactly the pin site that allows
That's great.
These retailers to make those sales.
That's awesome. And to restate that the retailers will be able to do this. It's a longer process for it to get to the actual social consumption grand openings when they do occur, because right now, once we do this, I was going to say the real work begins, but that's not true. You've done so much of the real work, but a lot of the more difficult, and we're going to be basically writing our own roadmap going forward. Using the signs that you have put together and making sure that this is done right, and working with communities to make sure they implement it as we have done, with a focus towards safety, public safety, but also making sure that people can have access to the products they're looking to share. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. And, once we ratify this, I think it's important for the public, and you've been really good at this, DGC Baker, to just go over what's next with the promulgation, what the timeline looks like for that. I do want to thank my colleagues. There were things for me personally, the THC inhibitors or similar, type products to have that opportunity available for our social consumption. The quick recovery code type technology was, that's important for, consumer information education. So I'm grateful to my colleagues around that. And, there is more work to do, implementation and, educating not only our licensees, not only our municipalities, but the public at large. And so that's a critical step, public awareness, public education. So a lot more work to do, but today is a monumental day. Thank you.
Yeah, and Commissioner Benedon, please.
Thank you. And I just wanted to echo what Commissioner Roy said. I did come in at the 11th hour and I promised that I would not be the cause of any further delay. But I do appreciate so much the staff and everybody here who helped me to get up to speed. And in doing so, I did have some questions and I did note some points where I just wasn't sure that the language was as clear. And so I may have unintentionally contributed hopefully to a very brief delay while we discuss those. But this is very exciting, and truly I feel lucky to be able to be sitting here while we take this vote, knowing that I actually did very little to contribute to us getting here. But I think this is, to echo what everybody has said, an exciting opportunity. Will present new economic opportunities for equity participants and other small businesses. And we also have been very, very careful about emphasizing public health and safety. And I think we're ending up with a really great set of regulations. So it's been a great team effort.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair, and just also to thank my colleagues and a number of us who are going to be doing some work on the different implementation working groups. Again, I think to Commissioner Roy's point about what the next steps are, I think similar to when we made the changes for delivery, let's send a message. You can't run right out after these are voted upon and start having consumption events in your retail space. So just flagging that for any licensee who thought that's the way it works, but it's just a red flag.
No, it's a point well taken. And I shared this story with Attorney Baker when we were in Cambridge, and we were going to visit Diaspora, which is around the corner from a place that used to be called Grendel's. And this is why I knew that my cohort in law school might have trouble with constitutional law because the Supreme Court overruled the decision that allowed the banning of the sale of alcohol within a certain number of feet of school. And so once that was overturned, we figured, hey, the Supreme Court said it, we're going down and have a drink down there. And it was not legal yet. They didn't have a license. So that anecdote actually is very apropos to what you're saying. And so maybe Attorney Baker, you can just talk a little bit about once we vote, what does happen, and then maybe ask the executive director to give a little bit of a synopsis of the committees that we're going to be working with to roll this out and to make sure we have guidance and make sure that we have policies that follow on the regulations. So if you could just walk us through a little bit on that, please. Thank you.
Happy to do it, Madam Chair. Thanks. So the legal team will take this draft and double check it one more time before submitting it to the secretary. We did do that this past week, which is why we updated the draft for you all. But ultimately, we will work offline to submit this prior to the 19th. The 19th will be the day that the secretary receives it, and ultimately, should there be no issues, which we don't anticipate, January 2nd would be the day that they are officially promulgated and finalized.
So just to restate, official promulgation likely as of January 2nd, 2026.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. And then the executive director could maybe give a brief overview of the committees that we're going to be putting, we are already in motion right now, but maybe you can talk a little bit about that.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think a couple things, obviously, we're looking at rolling out 3 new license types. And so there is some mechanical issues that need to be handled in that regard, as we've done as an organization previously. And so I did provide a little bit of history on the last time that a new license type was created, just for context. After the commissioners had done their final crossing of T's, dotting of I's, and the secretary approved, it was about 6 months prior to that license application opening up in the Mass CIP system. Just for context, a number of working groups were created at that time as well. In this regard, because we have 3 new license types, we have a few different things going on here, and so we have structured accordingly. So an internal implementation group really focused on the IT aspects, which is creating these within our IT platforms, as well as I&E, which is creating SOPs for 3 new license types, has gotten underway, and that's part of what I'm reviewing now. Additionally, 3 working groups for specific purposes with sponsors from the commissioners, as well as external consulting groups that will be rolled up are in as follows. The local community advisory, given the municipal aspect of this and the communities that have either stepped up as interested right out of the gate, or those who maybe be watching and asking questions, would have that working group providing direct information and really having that particular lens. A public awareness group, which may be covering a number of different stakeholders interested in public awareness. I'm sorry, I'll go through the sponsors too, just for reference. For the local advisory, community advisory group would be sponsored by the chair, Shannon O'Brien, and Commissioner Carrie Benedon. The public awareness working group, the sponsors would be Commissioner Bruce Stebbins and Commissioner Carrie Benedon. Both of those groups would again have external consulting. For local advisory, we're looking at MMA, Mass Mayors, the AGO local office, and some community officials, which the GAP team will reach out to. For public awareness, we're looking at DPH, local boards of health, EOPS, which is public safety, highway and gaming, as they have some overlap with us in this area. And a third working group sponsored by Chair Shannon O'Brien, Commissioner Bruce Stebbins, would be for responsible vendor training development, obviously a major component of the discussions the commissioners have undertaken, with external consulting from MPTC, which is police training, from EOPS, public safety, Mass Chiefs, DPH, Board of Health. And so GAP will now, at the end of today, with an approval vote from the commissioners, start to put together those external consulting teams. The internal teams have been assembled.
Thank you. Are there any further comments and questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Wright?
I just want to thank my colleagues for carrying these working groups. And I talked to the chair about this. Right now I'm on the lead on secret shopper, and lead on medical. And so my cup runneth over a little bit right now with working groups. But when those get in the rear view mirror, hopefully in the first quarter of the next year, I'd be, however, without violating open meeting law, however I can assist you, whether we call public hearings to talk about things publicly. But I want you to know how much I appreciate. I know the work is enormous ahead of you, and I just want to thank you in advance for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. I was thinking that, but I'm glad you said it. So thank you. All right. It's okay. For clumped notes, very excited about this. Get it done. Anyway, if no further comments or questions, if our legal team has anything further to add, I think that we've given a lot of information and context to what we're doing. So with that, Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a motion to approve the final draft of revisions to 935 CMR 500 and 935 CMR 501 regarding social consumption?
So moved.
Do I hear a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take a call of the roll. Chair, Commissioner Roy.
We honoring the will of the voters today. Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Only because I know Mike didn't even show up with his laptop, so he's not expecting this not to pass. I'll vote aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
And I would be remiss before voting, but we did recognize Commissioner Stebbins having worked on that, but in absentia, Commissioner Camargo for the work that she did on the committee here. So with that, the chair puts it over the top. 4 in favor, no opposed, and now the work outside of here is going to have to begin with the community. So thank you very much, everybody. It's passed unanimously. And so with that, we will be taking a brief break. We are going to be answering some questions from members of the media. We will about a half an hour, you think? So we will, I'll give ourselves a little bit more. So we were, I will entertain a motion to recess, coming back at 12:05, or should I say 12:10? 12:10. And then, you know, people can maybe, I don't know if they're going to have time to grab anything to eat. And then we're going to be getting, you know, more into the meat and discussion of some of the other issues that include both updates from the executive director, votes for treasurer and secretary, and speaking about the 2025 industry report and talking about testing. So anyway, I will entertain a motion to recess until 12:10. Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Benedon?
Second.
I take a call of the roll. All those in favor say aye. Aye
Aye.
opposed. The ayes have it. Back at 12:10.
Discussion on what's the headline. Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you. And again, we apologize for the brief hiatus. We did have an opportunity to speak to members of the media about the social consumption regs, but I need to get another vote from my fellow commissioners because we voted to pass those regulations as drafted, but we need to actually have specific language to authorize the staff and the legal department to make any ministerial edits, basically telling them to send this to the Secretary of State's office and make any minor edits, dotting i's, crossing t's, not changing policy. So anyway, at this point, I will entertain a motion to reconsider the motion to approve 935 CMR 500 and 935 CMR 501, to reconsider that motion with this added amendment. So I will restate what this is. The motion to approve the regulations 935 CMR 500 and 935 CMR 501 as final, including all amendments related to social consumption establishments and all other amendments resulting from commission deliberations. Further, to authorize staff and the legal department to finalize these regulations, to make any ministerial edits necessary and consistent with commission deliberations and votes, and the Commission's governing laws and the Secretary of the Commonwealth's requirements, and to take any additional steps necessary to file the final regulations with the Secretary of the Commonwealth. So Commissioner Roy, I will entertain a motion to reconsider that last vote that we took with that further amended language.
So moved.
Do I hear a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair O'Brien votes aye. And with that, it passes with them as amended 4-0. Now we will be turning things over to our Chief of Technology and Innovation, Paul Clark, and we will be getting a presentation from Metric, which is our seed to sale technology provider.
Hey,
Paul,
great.
okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner and Chair. As noted, Metric is our seed to sale provider, and they'll be presenting today their updated product catalog that includes the ability to embed COAs within the product catalog. This is Massachusetts was the first state in Metric to have a product catalog. And we've actually not done really any updates to that product catalog since it was launched in our section of the commission. Metric has been working with other states, most notably Nevada in this particular case, to embed the COA. So they'll be demonstrating kind of how that works today from the Nevada side. And so I'm going to introduce Jessica Painter, our customer success manager, and Brent Doherty, the director of customer success at Metric.
Thank you. We have, and Jessica and Brendan, I'll call on you, but I know Commissioner Roy would like to make a
Yeah.
quick comment because
Yeah.
this is something that she's been pushing.
Yeah, and this is a big day for me personally. I've been advocating for a long time about more information to consumers and patients. And we had, the product catalog, although was cutting edge at the time and first in its time, it's needs some updates, and it needs to provide more timely information and more information, quite frankly. And I always point to Connecticut that they have the COAs housed in a user-friendly format, which shows, where it was tested, what it was tested for, who tested it, and, the pass fail, and everything is at your fingertips so you can make informed decisions. So this is a very exciting day, and I'm thankful to Jessica and Brent for being able to join us and share what's been happening in Nevada and what's going to happen in Massachusetts. So thank you so much. And thank you to Paul, our Chief Technology Innovation Officer, for helping support this initiative and coordinating with Metric. So thank you, Paul.
So Paul, I don't know if you've scripted this with the folks from Metric about who's going to talk first, but who should I call on first?
Jessica Painter will be taking the lead on today for the presentation.
Okay, Jessica, you have the floor.
Thank you, everyone. If you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. Sorry, everyone, give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay. Alrighty. I hope everyone can see my screen. And again, thank you so much for having me and Brent today. Like Paul mentioned, Massachusetts is one of the first product catalog users. And since we've launched the catalog in Massachusetts, Nevada also has started utilizing this feature for their state as well. In the past year, Nevada has requested some improvements to the item catalog, including the ability to house COA information, and also the ability to see where that product was sold and to which dispensary it was sold at. So today I would like to showcase what that looks like in the Nevada product catalog. So here on my screen, you can see that I have the filtered state for Nevada. I am going to go ahead and type in an example here in the catalog. Let me just make my screen a little bit bigger here. Okay, so as we can see in the product catalog here, I'm going to click an image. Okay, so now we can see one of the product catalog items. This is a Stizzy Flower OG 14 gram pre-roll bud package. I'm sorry, not pre-roll, it's a bud flower package. If we go ahead and see at this top hand screen, you can see I can press that view more button and it will showcase first where that product came from and then any dispensary where that product was sold. Underneath this area, now you can see the packages that were derived from the source package. If I click that button, now I can see, and it may take a few minutes to load here, the COA available for that feature. Sorry, I'm having some Wi-Fi issues today.
Join the club.
I'll just try to go into that. Oh, sorry, wrong item here. I'll try to go into that and pull that up again.
Counts of live demos.
Yeah, give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna try to go into this. Give me 1 second. I apologize.
Of course. You want to comment? Well,
Certainly, as Jessica works to get this up, obviously, what we come up is the COA, the PDF, the COA. Each COA is different format based on the lab. Each of our labs uses a different format based on their LIM system, but because it's a PDF, it's able to be displayed at any format, whatever it's being used at that time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so here we can see I'm pulling up the item again here. And like I said, for this item here, we have just an example, the pre-roll Stizzy. As you can see here, we have the originating facility. And then here on the right-hand side, you can see which facilities sold that package. If I scroll down, I can also see the COAs for that package. And so here I will go ahead and click, and now my Wi-Fi is loading. So thank you for your patience. But now you can see the COA information present for that product. Any questions so far?
Commissioner Roy?
Yes, and thank you, Jessica. And this is amazing, and this is, you know, what patients need to and consumers need to have access to. My concern from our existing product catalog is querying a search. it's very complicated. You had to add information that 9 out of 10 people didn't necessarily have at their fingertips. So at some point, if you can just show us, like, is it by product? So if I buy, let's say, Betty's Eddies, I just type that in, and so it's the product that's how I would do the search, correct?
Yes, exactly. You're exactly right there. So you'll go ahead and just type in the brand name there, and then you'll have all those available products that you can search for. In this example, I searched for Stizzy, and now I'm able to see all the Stizzy branded products. And again, I just went ahead and went here for that package information.
If I may, Chair.
Please.
Jessica, could you go back up? So go back up to so you put Stizzy in. Well, we have to put Massachusetts in.
Yes, so under the drop down, there is Massachusetts and
Okay.
Nevada. Right now, I have the
Okay.
state of Nevada highlighted.
And see, see the stuff underneath, like, people don't know item necessarily license number, package ID. So that is not essential to do a search, correct? Because
Correct. Yeah,
okay, so
correct.
they're there, but they're not essential.
You
I
don't
can't
have to use that to search for an item. That's correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Jessica, real quick question. Can you go back to when you landed on the product page?
Sure.
So
Is this the view that you would like to see?
That is, so I think getting to the information about where somebody purchases it or can purchase it, obviously those, I'm assuming all of those numbers are Nevada license numbers. Are you able to click on those? And I mean, for the consumer,
So
how would they
no,
find
so
out
this,
where I bought it?
yeah, so this would be the common name on the left-hand side of the dispensary. Like for example, down here, we said P13 dispensary, that's Planet 13. And so, and then on the right-hand side, you can see the actual license number for that facility.
Okay, so just looking at that page, I appreciate that. So I'd be able to
Yeah.
figure out what the number is, what the license number is. So some of those, and I know we're just talking about an example, but the 5 who don't have a store name, is that just because for demonstration purposes, you haven't filled those in, but those would all be filled in when we're thinking about, adding this to our product catalog, right?
Correct, yes. So, and then also the information that's included on the label, they'll have, on the physical label, they'll see the dispensary that it was sold at as well. So the consumer would go ahead and look at that label. Okay, I purchased it at this dispensary if they don't know the license name. And then, yes, to your point, all of this information on the left-hand side will be populated for each dispensary common name, for the item name. And the dispensary would be populated on this list for where it was sold with the common name of that product.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just, I want to point out again, this is the Nevada catalog. This is not the final Massachusetts one. There's some opportunities. I much to Commissioner Stebbins' point, I want to make sure that this is a little bit more user-friendly in the display as well. So there's still some work that we can do to finalize, working with Metric to improve it even further. But I wanted to share with you kind of how the COAs appeared and to make sure you understood the functionality available today.
And so I use the Betty's Eddies example. So sometimes like folks will, where do I buy a product? And you just have to go on Google and figure out who sells. They all sell different products, right? And so I think this could be a tool for our dispensaries. So it would drive people to them. So if you want Kim Roy's Cannabis pre-roll, right? And you type it in, would that show where I can buy it?
Yes, anything that's out there by the label, you would see what's
Right,
there.
so
Now,
this could help drive people to particular dispensaries if they're looking for. a
could,
certain product.
yes, I obviously, if you knew a particular product, this would give you a list of who it is at. I know from the initial inception of the product catalog, that was not one of the intents. In fact, the goal was not to be in almost like a
Right.
marketplace
Right.
and such, but this would display,
Don't do it.
de facto provide that list, but in an unbiased, it's a total
It's
list.
truly not a marketplace because it doesn't tell you inventory. You know what I mean?
It doesn't
It's
tell you
gonna
inventory,
They have a
pricing.
relationship and it might be there, but it's not. That
It's just basically this package was sold and is still actively being sold at this list of dispensaries.
Yeah,
Thank you.
exactly to Paul's point there. So just want to clarify a piece that you mentioned. So any product that is showing on this catalog with the sales from that, here, I'll just close this out. Any of these sales sold out of that product catalog will populate. For Nevada, it's from the last 6 months. So the item itself will remain on the catalog for a year, and then the product sales will remain on that catalog for 6 months. Every single night, there is a job that pushes over that information, so it is populated the next following day. And then Nevada has their catalog set at 180 days total for the items to be populated on the catalog. Because I know right now you guys have the catalog at 7 years. Nevada has reduced that to 180 days.
Can you, I was absorbing. Go ahead, Paul. Sorry.
Yes, so as I mentioned, so the catalog as it stands today is all products that have ever been entered into the product catalog. We never set a retention period as to how long information stays in there. This is one of the criteria that Metric has provided to us, that in order for us to launch this with the COAs, we're going to need to put a retention period on it. It's far less than 7, and it's just 7 years because that's how long it's been out there. If we 10 years, it'd be 10 years. So we'll need to put a retention period that makes sense for us to help reduce the size of the database and keep the performance moving, and not just clutter. I think to the point a lot of comments have been is that the current catalog is very cluttered. Part of that clutter is old items that were maybe never even sold, but they were entered in or created or sold once and haven't been sold in years that are still in the catalog.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes, thank you. And you know, as we know, the testing date is good for 1 year. So would that make sense, Paul, to have a year's worth up there?
I would recommend, and I think what Jessica said, Nevada it's the 1 year for their test, and then they'll have 6 months after that, so that if someone has it still in possession after they bought it right at the very end of the 1 year period. My recommendation would be somewhere between 6 to 12 months after the last possible sale date, which are between 18 and 2 years. Yeah, it just becomes, Jessica said, there's a job in Metric that runs every night that clears out that, and they just looks at how long was active for, and after that date, they're removed from the catalog.
So my question is, this is not going to be a burden on you and your team,
No.
that Metric would do this if you gave them the guidelines?
Correct.
Okay, so that's not too much. Okay, Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Jessica, I know, looking at the screen, also, you have titling for description and ingredients. That's all provided, I'm assuming, by the product manufacturer. Is that
Correct.
any constraints around that it's not advertising, it's an actual scientific description, maybe?
Brent, you may have the answer to this question, and Brent has joined me from Metric as well. I believe these descriptions and ingredients are pulled directly from Metric, so whatever that description was entered in the Metric system for that item, that is what's pulled over to the product catalog. But Brent, please correct me if I'm wrong on that piece.
Yeah, I can speak to this a little bit. I actually was part of the team from Metric's end that helped develop this initially for Massachusetts. So the intent here was to there be kind of a encouragement for people to upload photos and then add that description in as well, just to make sure it was clear if there was, particularly basically describing what that product looked like. So for example, if I didn't have it in the packaging, there would be a description that I would be able to identify. Say a gummy was a triangle, but it's no longer in the packaging. The intent was with the description to be able to give a description. So even if I didn't have the packaging, I would be able to at least see if this is the correct item that I'm looking at. And then also obviously to encourage them to upload photos for all these different items. And I do want to just clarify, I think with the clutter piece that Paul had mentioned, the other thing on that front is we also had a lot of items that are not even final form items. So there's also additional cleanup that would be done to just remove any items that are, from the past that are not necessarily final form items as well, cleaning that up.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. More of a comment, obviously, the product catalog and the changes we're talking through today are going to be, I think to Commissioner Roy's point, extremely helpful to the consumer. We also know, I think when Commissioner McBride had the idea for this product catalog, this is also to help folks in the public safety community who come across some of these items. So if we think about changes, maybe some updating or a bulletin or information that we can share with public safety folks about the capacity of the new product catalog and some of the additional information. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Chief, were you going to make a point?
The only other thing I was going to make a follow-up point on that is that, again, I think that's something you want to consider as we come up with the retention period as to how far out do we want to have stuff available for law enforcement or school teachers or parents. So, cutting it, I think 6 months is on the short side of things. If you find something under your child's bed a year later, to know what was there. But I think much longer than that now, it's it's becoming very stale at that point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wright, I don't know if there's something. Okay, he's just talking about the, okay, that's good. Keep going, Jessica.
Thank you. Yes. So you mentioned a bulletin, and I wanted to mention on the metric side as well, we can absolutely put out a bulletin as well on this information. But this was really the end of my demonstration here. We have the two features that I wanted to mention were the COA availability, and then when those products are being sold, that information is now included in the state product catalog as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Are there any additional, Paul, is there any statement you want to make after their comments?
No, but I just wanted to thank Jessica and Brent for being able to be here today and give that presentation and share with everyone here in Massachusetts what the work metric's been doing and working with us here in Massachusetts as well on improving the product catalog.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us. Have a nice rest of your day.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. All right, so we've had that presentation. So, all right, go ahead.
So,
Commissioner Wright.
it is under the discussion and vote section.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we need,
Would you like to make a?
I'd like to make a motion because it is under discussion and votes just to get the work up and running, but let me ask if you don't mind through the chair.
Yes.
It doesn't say vote next to it, but it's under the discussion and votes.
So from an open meeting law standpoint, I can tell you that the Attorney General's guidance has always been that if a topic is sufficiently described on the notice, there is no requirement to specify that a vote
Wonderful.
will be taken.
Wonderful. Okay, so we can vote. Is that what I heard?
Right, we can
That's awesome.
take action
Okay.
or not take action
All right.
as long as
Yeah.
the topic
Oh,
is on the
it's
notice.
Yeah, and again, I was getting,
Awesome to
yeah,
have
I
you
was
here.
getting confused because I didn't know
Yes.
it in my script.
Okay.
But Commissioner Ray, your
Okay.
point is that this is all under votes. So
It's under discussion.
it is
and votes.
already noted as votes, even though
Yes.
it doesn't have votes. after
Yes,
every
so
single
I
thing
think
we're
we're,
talking about. So anyway, we're gonna go, this is 5, so would you like to?
well, I think we should take them separately. I think we should.
No, no, well, I'm just saying, do you want, that's what I'm saying, do you want to do the COA? Do you want to make a motion?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, yes.
Yes, because time is of the essence and
Right.
this, so I just, now we can make, friendly amendments. If I just did this on the fly, but move to direct the executive director and the chief technology information officer to adopt the new metric catalog, which will also contain certificates of analysis for each product with a retention period of 18 months to be published by March 2026.
I don't know if we need a friendly amendment. Is 18 months or?
Well, that's what I want. I don't know.
You put that in the chat.
Yes, and let's do friendly amendments to this. Chair,
Yes.
would you like it longer?
Oh, I can't even see it. Minute. Move to direct the executive director and CTIO to also contain. So my only question here, and Paul, I would actually ask you for your opinion, only because you raised the issue of law enforcement or parental enforcement. Do we want to say 18 months or no longer? You know what I mean? Can you suggest anything that you think might help us unclutter this list, but also make sure that we provide a tool for parents or law enforcement officers so that this is there that people can find?
Sure. So I think, and just in, again, it's interesting. I want to make sure the language is correct because, you know, there's a date, but is the date from the date it was first published, date last sold, or date last the testing was last valid for on the product. So, you know, I think
The certificate of analysis on each product, which I would assume would be dated when it's born on
Right.
date.
Yeah, the born on date. So, you know, but a born on date, but then now there's a same product is sold month after month, year after year. I think you're going to want a date that's probably 1 year after the last time it was sold.
Wait a minute, I don't know if I can.
So, you know, so if I Paul's, you know, package of weed and Paul's pre-rolls, and I keep selling that same, you know, product. I can sell multiple batches of that same product. I could be selling that for 5 years if it's really popular, even though there's multiple batches and
Right.
multiple COAs with those batches. But at some point I'm like, I'm going to change the product and I'm going to make a new one and that product now no longer for sale, or I'm no longer producing it, but it was sold over a 5-year period. I'm just saying from a year from the last time it was sold or in inventory would be a date. And it's always easier to bring things closer than to expand it back further out. So
Lead to your clutter.
it'll lead a little bit, but again, you know, but by definition, the way metric works, it would be there if it's active.
Well, anything less than 7 years is less clutter.
It's less clutter, absolutely.
Step Benedict.
Sure. So a question of clarification, the COA has a time frame.
Correct.
And so if this is a product that is being made batch after batch after batch for years, there would be multiple COAs.
Correct.
Back.
Correct.
And so does that mean that if there's a search, let's say we set 3 years as the time period, the exact same product would have multiple entries
Correct.
in the search?
Yes.
And so what can we do to make sure that that's clear to the consumer that the one that they're pulling up is the one that they have? Because they will look exactly the same.
That's good question. So, and that's one of the things we want to clarify in that, you know, so there's a list of COAs and those will change over time. And is date oriented right now? It's newest to oldest in the batch. But yeah, that's a good point, and that's something we do want to talk to Metric about, and just make sure it's, again, as pointed, it's displayed. I think there's the year from the date the COAs expired. And again, I think the year from expiration of whether the last sale date or the last COA, the COAs can fall off over time as well. So if we specify the COAs can be removed a year after they're valid, or year, you know, they become invalid, and then a year after a product was last sold, because there could conceivably be a product that sits on the shelf, no one wants it, and then they have to destroy it,
Yeah.
or it may not be sold. But I think a year timeframe after any action on it would make the most sense.
The executive director is offering a compromise here, I think. Or a
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just think a couple things that we have on our plate from a staff perspective to get this date. I think Commissioner Roy's target, March 26, works. I think the retention policy essentially would summarize exactly what we're discussing here. And I think specific to the next agenda item as well, which I know we're separating, would be some type of either waiver or opt-out. I discussed with Commissioner Roy earlier to just acknowledge the change in our process here for our ITLs. And I think we could hopefully turn all of that around on this timeline for a launch in the spring. and get, and I know I won't jump to the next agenda item, but just a couple caveats.
I think while we have him up here, I think we might as well just go right to that next agenda item. So let's deal with this and then we can keep you right here and we won't, don't go anywhere. Yeah, exactly. So in terms of how we phrase this, so move to direct the ED and CTIO to adopt new metric catalog, which will also contain certificate of analysis. How would we just reframe that or to come back to us at the January meeting?
Happy to try to bring to you drafts of a retention policy and a waiver or opt-out in January so that you see exactly what we're looking for. And then we can try to stick with the spring timeline of launch for both the COAs and the aggregate data, which is under item 6.
Commissioner Wright?
I disagree with the need for a waiver and opt-out for the product catalog. Does Connecticut have a waiver or opt-out for their product registry?
I will ask them. I do not believe they do. The comparison for Connecticut, having talked to that team over the last couple of days, has been a bit different of what they have under their regs and statutes, and also a bit different in terms of having 2 labs rather than the 11. But I would absolutely, to the chair's point, be happy to bring these back in January so that you kind of see what we're talking about and hopefully.
I don't think we want a waiver or opt-out.
I don't want to.
And we already have precedent where we have published significant information relative to products. Commissioner Ray, you might want to.
Just for the public. Chair, may I?
Please say.
Yeah, I'm going to share with my colleagues, the public, what is currently out in the public domain. The vaping contaminants testing results, which is aggregated, listing the date it was tested, the lab, the results, and the item name. So I'll just share. There are 2, actually, this is quite lengthy. There's, okay. I guess it's a lot. Oh, I had asked for multiple copies of this. I got them. So, you know what, we'll each take a page. You can give you the general idea. Each take 2 pages, give you the general idea
Of what we have previously.
which we have published.
Level of creativity of naming cannabis products never ceases to amaze me. So this obviously was earlier on in the history of the commission, but it is clear that we had item name, test date, lab identified. I think that, and this is one of the things that I think as a commission, we are a public agency and we have public data and we cannot, and frankly, this will be part of a discussion later on, but we've actually told, we've actually changed some of our reports. Rather than getting specific about data and information, we basically said, consumers need to protect themselves and we need to tell consumers they need to protect themselves. And this is actually how consumers can protect themselves. Again, as a public agency, we should be doing less to try to keep data behind a wall and make sure that the public can see it so that they can protect themselves. So I do not think that we should be allowing opt-out or waiver. I mean, again, you know, there are potential exemptions, but any of the arguments that I've heard about exempting any lab from being able to keep their identification private or requiring consumers to go through a rabbit hole to find that information, I just don't think makes any sense. But
Sure.
Commissioner Stebbins, yeah.
Thank you. Jessica, are you still with us?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Jessica, if the bandwidth on your wireless is okay, I'd love to, you flashed it up really quickly and I didn't have a chance to fully look at it. The COA, at least a Nevada example.
Sure, no problem. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. Okay. Are you able to see my screen okay?
Yes.
So this is the certificate of analysis for that STIZZY product that I had previously shown.
And what are you looking for, Commissioner Stebbins?
I'm
Can
just
you make it
wondering-
any bigger? Like,
Oh, sure. Is that better?
yes.
So is the name of the lab anywhere, or is it one of those logos?
Yes. So it is this NV Canna Labs is where that was tested from.
Okay. Okay, thank you,
So
Justin.
Nevada does make that public.
Yeah, Connecticut makes it public.
Actually, make
Yes.
a point to Connecticut.
Executive Director, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the discussions that Connecticut is currently going through as well, to Commissioner Roy's point on Connecticut, is that some of the frustration that they've had from folks is that not all COAs from each ITL are formatted the same way. And so they are looking in some of the changes that they have coming, sort of similar to the topic of some of the things that we need to be doing to prepare for increased transparency and availability of information on the website. Connecticut's currently looking for a standard template for COAs so that they are all the same on the website. So they are still obviously as well as in an iterative process as we're discussing.
But I'd assume that we're also going to be looking at changes to testing and standardizing testing. So that could actually be part of that second iteration of what we do. But ultimately right now, the more we can do to put tools in the hands of consumers to protect themselves, for parents, for law enforcement, but making sure that we're getting as much information as possible out there. I think that that's important. Commissioner Roy?
And also, as a friendly reminder, we just ratified social consumption regulations. That will have the COA through a quick recovery code on the products as well. So, you know, we just voted for that without waivers or opt-outs on the product itself. So, you know, this is public information that the public should have. And we should not give people an avenue to opt out because they don't want the public to have it.
What is the rationale for an opt-out? What is the public policy, open government reason why we would allow this to anyone to opt out?
So if I may, Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
And I would invite through the chair, if you're amenable I know that Attorney Bruno and Attorney Chatterjee have looked at the actual issues within the regs that we're trying to address to accomplish the intent of the board. Is really related to some of the information, and this is probably more under X6 than X5 on the agenda, which is in the aggregation of the data, a number of items that would be considered confidential records that could be found. Now, we've also had, and Commissioner Roy has been part of the ITL meetings where there's a desire from the ITLs, is my understanding, to have aggregate data out there. And so by having a simple waiver or an opt-out or something to that effect that signifies the ITLs are in agreement with this, then everybody is protected in that outcome, and we meet the intent of the board. And so it is within an exemption of what is considered public records access, is confidential records that can be deciphered through the aggregate data. And so by having that, we make sure that we are.
But the point is, if the information is out there, we're just making it harder to find, right? We're not protecting the data, we're just making it harder for individuals to piece it together. I mean, I will point, we did have a number of years ago a data breach, right? And it was a very scary time for us. And I remember the former executive director being concerned about the fact that with that data breach, basically every piece of information about every single agent was put out in a public records response. And the question was, is this confidential data? And the fact is, there wasn't a lot of confidential data that was protectable under state confidentiality rules. And so if there weren't social security numbers, if there weren't anything, you know, like health information, that's not what we're dealing with here. And I don't think that it is incumbent upon us. And I've actually read the legal brief. I think that it's a stretch. I don't really think that, with all due respect, we have a wonderful legal team, but I think that we have a duty, because ultimately, if this information is findable, just making it harder to be findable to protect what I don't believe is confidential information. You know, that I see that as giving the illusion that we're protecting some sort of client list when we are really not protecting consumers from being able to do this. So I just don't think that this is good public policy to allow, I mean, again, we right now know that we have a problem holding independent testing labs accountable. We have a problem internally with holding independent testing labs accountable. So to allow independent testing labs to opt out when what we're trying to do, when basically we will be talking later about how we changed a report, and I can give you specific language. Wait a minute. Specific language where we decided to take out language about economic pressure can potentially drive growers, product manufacturers, and labs towards higher cannabinoid results and passing safety screens. However, regulators may further incentivize accuracy and honesty, provide additional consumer protection, as well as fidelity of industry compliance with off-the-shelf testing practices or a state-run standards laboratory. And that was substituted with this language: to provide additional consumer protection as well as fidelity of industry compliance, the Commission may offer consumer education and off-the-shelf testing practices or a state-run standard testing lab. Now, we know that getting a state-run standard testing lab is expensive. It's going to be an uphill battle, but I'm hoping that the legislature will understand why this is so important. But literally now saying we're going to allow independent testing labs to opt out because we're worried about what I see as a red herring in terms of confidentiality. But we've basically exchanged clear language that talks about financial incentives for independent testing labs to not behave and not comply with the law. But we're telling consumers they have to protect themselves, and we're kind of going to do something to help them. That's where, you know, we have to be consistent with giving people the tools to protect themselves and making sure that we're holding independent testing labs accountable. But, you know, Commissioner Roy?
Again, we just voted on social consumption regulations, a huge milestone, where the COAs will be, take your phone, you scan the product, you're going to be driven to the COA. We didn't have an opt-out there. There's no opt-out. It's shall and it's not may. So again, this just goes to protect consumers and patients. And why would we give an opt-out for this and we didn't for that?
I mean, again, everything that you said, Madam Chair, I'm looking to get to the end result of what I believe the board's intent is to be. And as Metric now has capabilities that we haven't had access to in the past. And this is my recommendation, but obviously it's a board decision. I'm happy to put the confidentiality language in there for consideration. And I'm also happy to draft and bring back in January both the retention policy, which I think we all understand based on just the significant amount of data that needs to go now in the product catalog that we'll need to make some changes to allow, as well as either a waiver or opt-out or however makes the board, whatever language the board would be amenable to.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. I guess a couple of quick questions for both the ED and for Commissioner Roy. For the ED, is there concern around confidentiality of either business name, business practices when it comes to the Metric product catalog COA? And is that a separate concern from, I know we haven't got to it yet, but another testing agenda that we have under number 6? Are you parse the two between confidentiality concern maybe under number 6 versus this discussion on the COA? Because obviously from the example that the folks at Metric shared, the name of the lab is right up there.
Yep. So if I may,
Please, thank you.
So I believe the intent here is to have holistic changes in the spring. I think we talked March in the motion that was read. So the COA is the customer facing. You can QR code off of a product. And then we would be also through our platform, through Metric with a product catalog, having those then listed as well. On the sort of large aggregate data, within our existing anonymized data sets that say lab A rather than identifying a lab. somebody could then go in, use that, go through the batch number, identify the lab. And so in that instance, what we're basically saying is through the anonymized data moving forward with the COA up, we are basically backdooring that. And so in both of these instances, we should be just saying, we are going to be providing the information that somebody's entering into Metric. We are asking that they acknowledge the fact, based on our confidentiality within our regs under 500-820, that we are now going to be de-anonymizing the lab and asking them to acknowledge that for the protection of the state. I don't have any issue with the.
This is basically saying, I don't think that we should allow them to dictate to us. And what I've heard from the labs is they want more accountability, not less. They want us to do a better job of holding their competitors accountable because it is so costly for them to do their job. It is so difficult for them to do their job. And we're going to be throwing a lot more at them in the coming year in terms of standardization and maybe asking some to buy new equipment that they're going to have to use. We don't know. But I do not think that it is up to us to ask them to opt out when you can backdoor. You're going to be able to find this information anyway. So we're not providing, the opt-out doesn't provide the protection at all that I think you're talking about. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The executive director did share language with me, and confidential records means any electronic or written record required to be kept confidential or protected from disclosure by law, which includes but not limited to application materials, confidential application materials, confidential social equity application materials, confidential investigatory materials, and protected patient records. None of those apply here. We had a summary suspension order, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, where over 7,000 entries were not entered properly, and those that failed for total yeast and mold were not entered properly. And if you watch that news report, that's a significant health issue for someone immunocompromised. Pneumonias could impact the lungs, and so. Who are we protecting here? Are we protecting public health, public safety, or are we protecting, licensees by keeping them anonymized? And so I would argue that by giving an opt-out, that's not protecting public health and safety here. And I don't see how any of those apply to this product catalog.
I agree. So maybe what we do is maybe the motion, we don't mention the retention period, but we just have the motion directing them to adopt the new catalog, which will contain certificate of analysis for each product to be published by March 2026. If you want some specific language, we're not going to, and again, some people may want to add this to the motion. I think that the opt-out is the opposite of transparency and promoting public health and safety. And the fact that we already acknowledge that people will be able to find that information anyway. And we've just seen that Nevada puts it right out there. So is there a way that we can rewrite this motion that keeps us on track to your satisfaction? I don't know if I'm not paying attention to anybody back here, but.
So you don't want the retention period?
Well, I think that the retention period is really less a problem for us and more a problem. It's clutter. So it's not necessarily a problem. It's something that we can address. Do we have anything in our regs that requires that retention, or is that just sort of what we have done and we've just never done the clean out?
As I understand, there's not anything one way or the other on the retention. So the assumption has been to leave it at this point for all time.
So the point is, we're just the changing the retention is one of, I think, efficiency and clarity, but not something that has anything to do with public health and safety or protecting anything. So, so the motion could be to direct the ED and CTIO to adopt new metric catalog containing certificate of analysis for each product to be published by March 2026. Are you comfortable reworking? Go ahead, Commissioner Benedon, and then Commissioner Stevens, Commissioner Benedon.
Sure. So I did just want to flag the comment that Executive Director just put in the chat referencing our own regulations regarding confidentiality. And further defining confidential records. And so I just want to make sure that when we take this vote, we are clear that, I think I see two sides to this. There's without a doubt the public health and safety considerations, which are significant, and the transparency considerations, which are significant. My concern is whether our own regulations have already advised the ITLs that this information is confidential and will not be publicized. Are we exposing ourselves to liability by publicizing it?
If I can, it is, oh, sorry, I think you're done.
I just want to make sure that we are weighing those two considerations adequately.
It is publicized. It just is not clear, but it's out there. My point is, people, this is not anything that's going to put anything behind a data wall, if you will. It just makes it slightly more difficult. I mean, the professional and the, amateurs, scientists out there can figure this out. And I think that if they have the ability, because they have greater research capabilities, that if you're going to be able to find that information in it, we call it Lab A, we don't say the name, right? So Lab A is identifiable. You're going to be able to find it. That's what we have now. And what we've had before, we've had this. So I don't know in terms of our current regs. I mean, maybe those are regs that were written after, I don't know, but this thing that Commissioner Roy just handed to you shows that we do not hide that. So in terms of any expectation, we have precedent. Commissioner Roy, did you?
I made the edit, your suggested edit.
Okay, Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, and again, a quick question. Obviously, we've had a lot of engagement with our ITLs over the last year. Has any part of those meeting agendas, Commissioner Roy talked about the metrics COAs, our intention to kind of move forward with it? I mean, again, I know we do things that, sometimes buck what the industry wants, but we've also had a good working relationship with the folks, not on just this issue, but a number of other issues. I'm just wondering what feedback you've gotten or any concerns raised if we've talked about the metric COAs and the product catalog expansion.
Mr. Wright?
Yeah, and the ITLs are looking for more clarity, more standards, standardization, number one. They all have different, what's called LIMS systems. So, right, Paul? And so, like Nevada, one lab may have a COA that looks a little bit different than the next lab, but they should all generally have the same information, the terpene profile, the cannabinoids, the heavy metals, pesticides, potency. And so, aspirationally, and as the executive director just said, Connecticut's looking to make a standardized certificate of analysis. And on top of it, we also require whether there was pre-sanitization steps taken. Now,
You mean?
on the COA.
Yeah.
And so we had a room packed with patients who say, we want that information. Imagine if you're a cancer patient and you just want to know, well, we're agnostic on it, whether you sanitize it or not, but let's give folks the ability to know whether that product is sanitized. And so the feedback that they're looking, it's not germane to this so much, it's more about the QOP and whether it's still in effect and standardization. And so really there's been no pushback on this, so to speak, that I can remember in all the meetings I've had with the ITLs.
And if I can interject, we're going to be doing regulations around our ITLs. And so I think that getting this up and running, getting Metric to work with our staff to put this in place. But again, there's no, because we've already done it, because we already identified by lab, we just don't let the consumers know. Anybody who is lab ABC, they know who they are and their competitors know who they are. So if this is about, we have to protect their competitive client list, I mean, the problem is we have allowed people to chase someone else's client list because we have not been as transparent to hold the ITLs accountable. You don't protect their client list. You hold them all to the same standard, and then you allow the consumers to get the information they need. But the real reason that there's problem with competition between independent testing labs is not whether or not their name is listed on something like this, because by the way, we've already done it. So I just think that this is, again, I keep using the term red herring, but we need to do a better job to allow the public to protect themselves. This is past practice. We've already done it. So there's no belief that, you know, this is private information. And again, we're a public agency. We need to be more public, not less public. So that's kind of my last stand.
Mhm.
So Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, and in the stipulated agreement, in the summary suspension order in the stipulated agreement, that 7,000 plus were inaccurately entered into our seed to sale system. They were getting 25% of the business, a quarter of the business for total yeast and mold was going to that one entity. And so let's make this public so people can see the outliers, they can see the anomalies, and they can get the information whether their product was sanitized or not if you're a cancer patient. And so I just think this is good government. This is good government right here.
But also consumers, if consumers are being attracted to higher THC promises, yet those promises are not being kept. Now, again, THC is a different thing. It's harder for us to measure, and there are some other considerations rather than having a strict number, because we know that, you know, the efficacy can wane, you know, and the potency can wane. And that's something we probably should be considering in our testing changes. But the problem is we need to protect consumers because they may want to know, well, gee, I'm going here because I think I'm getting this. But if they don't know, if it's lab A, how are they going to know? And so and this is why I would say, and I have not taken a survey of the ITLs, but what I've heard from them, a survey about this, but what I've heard from them is we are competing with the unregulated market. We are competing with entities that might utilize inversion. We are competing with toxicating hemp. We are competing. And so I would hazard a guess that this would be welcomed. But we always have the opportunity when we're doing the testing, we always have the opportunity if we want to tighten that up, if someone says, oh my God, this is terrible. But I haven't heard one argument, again, because we already have done it. I don't know why it's now a bad thing to do when we're making it easier. The Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think just to kind of reiterate what I hope is clear, I'm not trying, I think that this is the direction that we are looking to go, and I'm just looking to put in place the right steps. So you just mentioned the reg changes that are coming. I think that ultimately, as the regs that I put in the chat, that's what I'm looking to. If there was a reg change, I'd have no concern, right? So, but it is ahead of that, and so I think this might be a legitimate way to accomplish this on a quicker timeline. You referenced the ITL discussions, as you know, Commissioner Roy has been involved in, and I think ultimately that is the other thing here, and I believe you've all referenced it, where if this is the desire of the ITLs as well, I don't see this as a roadblock. I see it as an additional administrative step that I'm happy to take. And then I just really want to separate as well here what we're talking about, which is not about not having the testing data available. It's really about ensuring that we cover the proprietary aspect of the question, not the testing data. It's really the listing of the name, and the reference that you're making is a much smaller sample size of what we're talking about for an aggregate data set that we're aiming for the spring of 2026, which is including sort of the entirety of the data and the goal that we have, which I think the CTIO, I don't know, is actually kind of discussed exactly within the context of the agenda, what the plan is there. And really, it's just answering the question of that data set, what we intend to do for spring 26. It's really just the question of listing Lab A or listing the lab name. That's really the only question that would be answered within the waiver.
But again, if the rationale and the memo that I saw is that we have to protect customer lists, and I'm not even sure. So if you put Lab A, that's not protecting. That's still allowing more sophisticated researchers to know exactly, but we're not allowing our consumers to have that access. And we're not allowing consumers to maybe take a look at something like that and protect themselves. So anyway, I mean, I don't know, how we want to word this, but I think that as we start undertaking those regulatory changes, but I don't see this moving forward with the certificate of analysis, moving forward without allowing the certain independent testing labs to opt out or protect themselves from heightened transparency, which I think is always the best thing to do. I am not convinced that I've seen anything that impacts or protects these customer lists. And again, as recently as March of 2020, we were putting all that out there. Nevada's putting that out there. So Connecticut has it out there. So I don't know why this, again, it feels like we keep trying to fight against transparency and it doesn't make sense to me. So I'll ask Commissioner Roy if she wants to restate her motion. I will say it with the proviso that we will be looking at all standardizing testing labs and processes, hitting the ground running, hopefully in January. But I think that moving forward to make this as public as possible. And by the way, let someone push back on us. I'd like to hear someone push back. I think that we go towards transparency first. And then if someone has a problem with it, let them push back. Mr. Roy?
To your point, so what's the doomsday scenario is a lab takes us to Superior Court. That's right. Is that the doomsday scenario here? Is that a lab will take us to Superior Court?
If I may, Madam
Please,
Chair,
thank
I would defer to the General Counsel.
Okay. General Counsel, would you like to tell us what's the doomsday scenario here? Why don't you grab that, grab it right there. That's.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I think the discussion has revealed concerns about liability that need to be worked through, that you as a board should consider as you make a decision with respect to taking next steps here. And included within that consideration would be the possibility of being sued. Yes.
Of what?
The possibility of being sued.
And again, we have a number of areas, whether it's HR, whether it's violation of people's rights, that we do have potential exposure, right? But the most important, and by the way, we do have exposure by not properly regulating the independent testing labs and by keeping public information public. And I believe that we could create greater liability. And I believe we have exposed ourselves to liability because we have not been fulsome in terms of getting data outside. That's where I believe we have exposed ourselves to liability. And again, we do have information that shows that perhaps we weren't as robust as we should have been in terms of managing the oversight and providing the transparency in terms of regulating independent testing labs. So I'm more worried about that exposure to liability than I am this one instance where it's information that ultimately will be public, ultimately will be discoverable. But if we follow what I think you are suggesting, it doesn't protect public health and safety. And I will say the first thing that we have to do is to protect public health and safety. But we did not seem to be worried about liability when we were taking data from public reports and not allowing the public to see and not allowing the legislature to see some of the potential issues that we have to speak about. Yes, General Counsel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate the point that the ED had made earlier regarding the, I don't think there's any dispute here. I want to separate the actual data that we're talking about, which is the test results and that information with, and contrast that with other proprietary information that we have as a commission that is included in the information that we have. And we have an obligation as a public agency to safeguard confidential proprietary information that has been shared with us.
What
So I wanna make sure,
proprietary, if I could, what proprietary information do we possess that you're trying to protect?
Well, I mean, it could be a whole bunch of different things, but it could include lab names, it could include customer lists. I mean, there's a whole broad range of.
We're not
of
publishing
information.
customer lists.
I'm
General Counsel, we are not talking about publishing customer lists. Lab names are not confidential. They're publicly available information. We are not publishing customer lists. What I saw in a memo is that, well, if we make this too readily available to the public, that somehow with research, people will be able to determine who customers are, but we still will have Lab ABC under your proposal, but that doesn't take away, or that doesn't provide any greater protection for a business who might be concerned about someone figuring out the data. Frankly, as a matter of fact, I remember when I was state treasurer, I remember trying to expand access to information. You don't need to keep reading, to expand access to information about banks. And I wanted to put together a website, and we didn't have websites before, and they were when they were invented. And I wanted to put together all the information that banks had, and it was bestvaluebanking.com. And I can't believe that my successor didn't keep that website name because it's a great name. But bestvaluebanking.com was putting on a website, and we would allow the banks to promote. And obviously banking products are a little bit more complex, right? But we said, you can put on your website what you think are your best value banking products. And we're going to put this on the treasurer's website so that people can see people. And I remember the banker saying almost exactly what you said, which is, well, what will happen to me if customers see that I'm not as competitive as my neighbor? And I said, that's your problem. And then he said, well, what if I'm so competitive that all of a sudden people come to my bank and it causes a run on my bank? I mean, I've dealt with this 25 years ago, and I don't believe that, one, we're putting out customer lists. Two, we are already putting out the lab names. We're just hiding it from consumers. And we have precedent. We've already done it. So there's no reasonable expectation. Okay, and this will be the last one. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. 2 points to make here. One, let me just respond by saying why. I know the ED has offered a proposal regarding a waiver situation. Why would the commission not want to take the step to protect itself from potential liability in a situation like this?
Because I want to protect the public health and safety.
And you can do that. You can do that.
We have an issue right now that is being covered in the press.
You can do that. You can do both.
Potential.
My suggestion is you can do both.
What I'm suggesting is I am more worried about the liability that the commission could be subject to for failing to be as transparent as possible. Okay, Commissioner Wren.
We've now been the subject of multiple major news stories, one recently in CBS, the Wall Street Journal in October last year, that we have moldy products on the shelves, which was proven in the investigation and the SSO and this is consumer fraud. It's consumer fraud what's happening if the THC is being sold at a higher price. So you have that going on, and then you have a public health issue if there's moldy products on the shelf. And people want to know if they're sanitized. Consumer fraud. So we are exposed here on that. If the consumers band together and figure out we have not been providing this information and safeguarding public health. So that's a heightened exposure I would argue that they could band together and come after us because we have not been diligent enough in our job to provide this information. So again, Wall Street Journal, CBS News, not two minor news outlets that have exposed this and exposed us in this situation. And we would be derelict in our duties not to provide this to the public.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. And just a quick question I posed either to the ED or the General Counsel. Again, I know we haven't yet discussed item number 6, which is also updates to our testing data. But as it pertains to the new metric product catalog, and if we proceed with that, and I think there is value to proceed with that, not least the which of right now on our website, again, if you can find it, is, product name, who the lab did it. I'm not sure what VEA test results are and D, but.
Vitamin E acetate.
Oh, right. Thank you. And ND means?
Notice of deficiency.
Not detected.
Not detected. Okay. And again, I'm trying to parse out these 2 agenda items and obviously, we want to be mindful of, certain proprietary information that a lab might have about their business practices. But as it relates specifically to number 5, the new metric product catalog, do you have concerns about the information that goes up as we saw with the kind of sample that Nevada is using, and for a lab to attach themselves to that COA in that particular situation? Separate these 2, if you can, separate these 2 questions out. Identifying the lab under the new product catalog, as opposed to, again, I know it's another agenda item, but the updates to the testing data that we make available on our open data website, because we haven't had a chance to get to that conversation yet. But.
Thank you.
Please.
I guess the response to that is I'd want to make sure that we're reviewing our regulations carefully to make sure that we're complying with them and any applicable statutes so that we are complying with the law as we try to think about next steps. And I would encourage the board to build that into their thinking process here. This is, the legal department has not had a chance to comprehensively review this issue, and it would behoove, I think, not only the department, but the agency to make sure that we're approaching this in a systematic and very thoughtful way.
Please.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, again, we're specifically talking about agenda number item 5, the new metric product catalog. You are expressing it, at least from your vantage point, and again, maybe the ED has a similar concern about this overall effort complying with our current set of regulations.
I think, again, if I may, I want to make sure, and I think the ED read some language regarding confidential records that are some regulatory language that exists in our current regulations. And I want to make sure that we are complying with the letter of those regulations.
And could you please identify what confidential information will be disclosed in the difference between identifying Lab A or Proverty Labs? What's the difference?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, I think the issue here is, again, putting information that can be pieced together. So it's
no. If I could back you up, we're already talking. We already do Lab A. We've already published.
I have not seen the document that you're showing to me.
Yeah. This is a subject that we have been talking about for some time. This is an issue that Commissioner Roy has raised on multiple occasions. And if you're not prepared to answer these questions, I don't know what to say, but I've asked you the very clear question, is that what I have not heard what the confidential data is. You've told me client lists, and we are not disclosing client lists. We we are saying we will put lab A, but we will only put the name of the lab if the lab says it's okay to put their name out there. I don't think that we give labs that degree of ability to stop us from protecting the public's health. So I haven't heard, and when we say they could piece it together, we're already saying that we will put lab A. We already put that out there. So it is not that hard because people have done this research looking at lab A. I believe maybe that's how we figured out the problem that we have with a licensee that was the subject of disciplinary action. So this is not something new. And frankly, I think that this is also, and this is something that has been what I have been seeing consistently. I believe it should be, I believe it should be incumbent upon the legal team, because we do have, maybe you have a conversation with Matt Giancola, because we are talking about these agenda, for a couple of weeks in advance. We obviously have a 2-day posting period, but I would direct you to speak to Director Giancola, to speak to the executive director, because we are talking about this coming on here. We also, on more occasion than one, I know that we have asked for motion language, and we often are drafting motion language in the middle of a meeting, which is not helpful. So anyway, I appreciate the input. I thank you. I think we're ready to move on now. Commissioner Roy.
I just want to commend the former executive director who took the principled position and put this out there in a public health emergency. This was around the vaping crisis. And
Again, I haven't seen the.
and lung injuries. And so I commend the former team and executive director that didn't agonize over waivers and begging for permission, and just did the right thing to protect public health. And so we never got sued. We never got negative feedback. We didn't get any pushback, and we did the right thing to protect public health. So I commend the leadership at the time who did it and wasn't afraid of being sued in Superior Court because protecting public health. And I want to commend them for that.
Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so just along the lines of sort of general counsel feedback, also CTIO feedback, obviously we weren't able to come in here with a waiver to show you or a retention policy to show you. These are things that, and again, just to kind of specifically flag the waiver, given what I understand to be the concerns about the proprietary information and the liability, given what I understood to be the intent of the board of approaching this in the coming months here and having a go live date. These were things that I'm looking to develop and keep us on that timeline. So, to the point, I would intend to develop the retention policy with the CTIO, have that out to you before we would go live, develop the waiver process with the legal department, have that to you before we go live.
I do not want.
So
I'm only one of four votes, but I will tell you that I have seen the memo that talks about client lists. Are we divulging client lists here?
Madam Chair, I believe we are in the aggregate data, which is X6, right? So in that list, in the aggregate data.
But if we have lab A, people, anyway, I think we need to be focusing, just as under a prior executive director, we cared more about public health and safety than we do about liability. The one last question I will ask is, do we have any, and then we'll move on, okay? Do we have exposure to a potential class action lawsuit from consumers who feel that we're not doing the right job protecting them, their public health, protecting them from consumer fraud? Do we have exposure there for a class action lawsuit?
If I may, I don't want to comment on any kind of exposure in that situation.
Wait, you just talked about us having liability for hiding data. And I'm asking you, do we have exposure here for a class action lawsuit? Do we?
Yeah, and I will decline to answer the question. I will point to my earlier comments about the fact that you can do both here. You can protect and redress the public's interest in access to this information while protecting the commission's from liability. So you can.
First Commissioner, thank you. First Commissioner Stebbins. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I'm going to go back to trying to parse these two agenda items. I know we got to get to the second one.
Should we move to the second one first? Could I ask you, should we move to the second one first?
We can certainly leave that up to you.
Well,
I'm gaining comfort.
Okay, sorry, I
where I'm
interrupted you. I
starting.
apologize.
No, that's fine. You know, through the discussion, I'm becoming, and again, welcome any of my colleagues' feedback or, you know, staff's feedback. If we're looking at the COA, the product catalog, I'm going to put myself in the position of the product manufacturer. I've produced the product, I've had it tested, I'm happy with the results of the testing and who did it, and I'm comfortable then making it available to the public. So if I'm thinking like the product manufacturer, it's been tested, I'm happy with the results.
Mhm.
It's the THC count I was hoping for or had estimated, all of those things. If I'm putting that product out in public via our product catalog, I guess I'm less concerned about the lab's name. And again, I know we're trying to do this by March of 2026, and between now and then we may get a lot of input back from the ITLs, but I guess I'm finding myself more comfortable with that. I've had the product tested. I'm happy with the results. I'm now putting it out on the market and it's going into the product catalog. So we're looking at this agenda item number 5.
That's
I'm feeling a little more comfortable that we're maybe not divulging business practices or client lists or anything else like that, because it's putting it on the product catalog. Our metric product catalog is really being driven by the product manufacturer more than the labs. And obviously they're happy with the results. They're happy with the information that they've obtained. So it's not like it's helping continue to address the issues of lab shopping and other things like that. I have a product, it's been tested, I'm happy with the results. You know, I want to put it up on the product catalog and I'm okay with who is the product manufacturer I had do the testing for me. Now, if that kind of starts some poaching of customers, in this particular case, as it relates to the product catalog, I somewhat think that's unavoidable, but again, I know we're talking about two different issues, but I'm seeing less of a risk. And, you know, again, going back to Jessica, who I know isn't with us any longer, but the certificate of analysis really is driven by the product manufacturer. And if they're okay with the testing results, I think it's okay to list the name of the labs that did that work for them. But
Commissioner Roy.
Commissioner Stebbins, I agree with you. Absolutely. And I'm going to ask that we move the question. But I just want to say to the executive director that respectfully, I think that was unacceptable because you shared with us exposure on one side of the coin and you refused to answer about exposure on the other side of the coin. But having said that, I just will ask if we can move the question. Please.
Thank you. We're good. Thank you. Okay, so in moving the question, do you want to, thank you, General Counsel, we're good.
Are you asking me to leave?
Yeah, thank you. I'm saying we're good because I may be bringing up someone else in a moment. Thank you.
Thank you. One thought I had is whether, given that the concern is whether our own regulations have essentially provided certain assurances, could we decide to take this action subject to us revising just that one line of our regulations? And do we feel that would?
The problem is the amount of time it's going to take. It'll be 8-10 months before we can actually allow consumers to protect themselves. because the regulatory process is so. See, again, what I would point to is, I don't think that, I think that this in and of itself shows that there's precedent for doing exactly this. And all of the arguments that I have heard about client lists, we're not divulging client lists. We already put lab ABC. So if anybody wants to, that's already out there now. That's already out there. This has already been out there. So there's nothing that Commissioner Roy is suggesting here that is inconsistent with past practice. Because I'm assuming this was during COVID, right? This was during COVID where there was a lot of pushback. There were a lot of, we basically almost, we almost put a lot of businesses out of business, right? We allowed alcohol to stay open, but we didn't allow cannabis, and it was a huge problem.
Right.
And so we didn't ask their permission, whether or not under this COVID emergency, we didn't ask their permission. And so this was done to protect public health and safety. And I think that we're at a point where we do see that there's a public health and safety threat right now that we have to address with alacrity. And when we have language that is provided by legal that tells consumers, consumer education, and we're telling them, go educate yourself. All this does is let people educate themselves, and they don't have to have a PhD in data science to figure these things out. They know what they're buying and they know how to protect themselves. And again, we talk about losing business. We've already seen that there have been competitive advantages to those independent testing labs who might not be doing the right thing. So this is a little bit like secret shopper. It's allowing individual customers to be secret shoppers. So I don't think we're violating regulation. I don't think we're violating past practice. And I don't think we're violating any sort of level of confidentiality in the arguments that have been put forward. It just doesn't jibe with what this actually will do. So anyway.
Madam Chair, if I may, and that's a great question, Commissioner Bennett.
Yeah, no, very good.
But statute trumps regulation, and we're protected in statute 94G. The commission shall have all the powers necessary or convenient to carry out and effectuate its purpose. If you go to subsection I, prepare, publish, and distribute with or without charge as the commission may determine such studies, reports, bulletins, and other materials as the commission considers appropriate. That's in statute.
So anyway, you've moved the question.
Yes.
So would you like to reformulate the motion? I mean, again, I think the retention period is something that merits additional conversation. I think that our Chief of Innovation and Technology raised some very good points there. Because again, retention isn't making people safer, right? Retention is a bigger headache for our team. What I would say is, I think that if you take out, sorry, I haven't seen that.
Mr. Stebbins, do you have any language you want to nuance in that?
If I might, Chair.
Thank you, please.
I think your motion right now is it sits a little bit maybe too broad or too general. I think there is some information that we definitely need to consider when it comes to that retention period. It's not just how much it clogs up our platform, but again, and I think, Paul, you've given, our CTIO has given us some good suggestions of when a clock should start ticking and how long we should be able to.
If I don't mean to interrupt, but if I heard, we don't have to do anything on retention. That's what I was just saying, is that we don't have to do anything on retention. That's really, we could do that without a vote, right? This is not in statute or in regulation, how long we retain it. Yes.
As I understand it correct, it's not in regulation.
Yeah, I don't mean to, I apologize for interrupting, but I just want to make sure, because that's what I heard him say, and I don't even think we need the retention language.
Okay. No,
I did throw some, and it makes Commissioner Stebbins, if you think that's.
Could you tell him, Commissioner Ray, could you tell Commissioner Stebbins what you're?
It's in the chat.
Okay. You have more? Oh, no, I have that there. Can you see that from 144 in the chat, Commissioner Stebbins?
I can. I guess a friendly amendment would be subject to, if we're asking the ED and CTIO to adopt the new catalog, then I'd love to see the proposed retention period also configured by the ED and the CTIO.
By ED and CTIO?
Yep.
Okay. Is this okay?
Okay. So I'm going to read this out loud and make sure that you are happy with it. But again, we've raised the retention because we heard that, but this is not anything, you know what I mean? It's really more making sure it's current, making sure that we don't have clutter. So moved.
I just want to, I appreciate having that because I think it gives us guidance on what the board wants to have as to how much that data is there, because you said there's public safety, there's police, there's family, teachers and such. So having that guidance is helpful. So thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
You, Paul? Oh, that's
Okay, all right. Okay, Commissioner Ray, would you like to read your motion? And again, moving the question, I'm probably not following Robert's rules because we have gone far.
Okay. The motion language reads as follows. Move to direct the Executive Director and Chief of Technology Information Officer to adopt the new metric catalog, which will also contain certificates of analysis for each product to be published by March 2026, subject to a proposed retention period by the Executive Director and the Chief Technology Information Officer.
Okay, Commissioner Stebbins,
If I can ask a question
please.
before, just quickly, the ED and CTIO, and I might have missed this, I apologize. Any cost associated with the build out of the metric catalog?
Yeah, there's no cost that's included in our current statement of work with metric.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Good work.
And may I add, also no bandwidth issues because they do it. So no bandwidth.
That was one of the
issues on you and your
questions.
team, and
it's
the
all-
data team. That's awesome.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so we have the motion. Commissioner Benedon, do you have any further questions? I mean, I've learned a lot today, and I think that this is very helpful. I appreciate the presentation by Metric. I'm really pleased that it's not going to cost us more money to have a better, more transparent system. I appreciate the robust conversation, and I appreciate the input from the legal team because I understand concerns, but I think that we've had a good opportunity to discuss this, and we will have another bite at the apple in Q1 in 2026 to do some of these things. But I think that this is a good compromise, and I appreciate the debate from everybody here. So do I hear a second on this amended motion? Commissioner Benedon, will you second that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes unanimously. Whew.
Thank you, team.
Right, thank you.
That's a
Thank you
team
very much.
effort. Thank you,
All
everybody.
right, so again, we have movable, I keep moving people in and out of these chairs. And I know that we have Supo and others who have to come back. What are they coming back for your?
They are going to, yes, Madam Chair, they would be under ED, just noting that that was the
No, but what
to number 5.
Yeah, so what I want to do is, all right, so we've just done 5 new metric product catalog. That's what I'm saying is that since you're in the seat and we don't have to move you around, because I do, yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, but I'm saying you can stay there, and I think that's, and then we'll have other people come up. So then we will now take up 6 updates to the testing data on the Commission Open Data website. So you're in the chair, you got the floor.
Great, thank you, Chair. Wanted to report to you that the data team and the part of the IT team is preparing to be able to update our testing data on our Open Data website, going back a 2-year look back, so it would be 2024 and 2025, publishing it by March of 2026. Again, we're looking for guidance on the contents, but Marianne, our Director of Data Analytics, has recently, just this week, completed automation on pulling information from Metric that'll aid in this process and then allow us to then update this information going forward on a quarterly basis.
And we thank Marianne for her help on this too. So if you're out there, Marianne,
She's definitely, yep, she's listening. I know
she's just happy we haven't put her in the hot seat. So, Okay, anything further? Any questions? I know that this has been.
No, I think this is a monumental shift and more increased transparency and piggybacks on this new product catalog. And, no more lab A, B, C, D, E in a file that is very difficult for the, average person to read. And I mean, including myself, I have difficulties deciphering that. And so I just think that this will be patient, consumer friendly at the end of the day. And I want to applaud you and Marianne for all you're doing to protect the public's health. So thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, just like Commissioner Stebbins.
Right, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Anything you want to add?
And I did want to provide some clarity, but if you have a question or a point, feel free.
No, I guess I was, I guess this is a separate issue, as I talked about earlier. And, for me, Madam Chair and Commissioner Roy for sponsoring this item, this is certainly an issue I'd like a little more time with. I know we're looking at, I believe, is this following a March 2026 implementation schedule as well?
Executive Director, I'm not sure. I'm not following the question, so you probably understand it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think ultimately, item 5 that we just finished and item 6 ultimately would have generally the same timeline. The retention policy was specific to the COA because that is an issue for getting that data intensive material up there. On this timeline, based on the work of the Director of Data Analytics and the CTIO, we would look for the same general timeline. Again, this was also where I had been looking at potentially having some type of waiver, understanding that discussion on the COA has been had. I just put the motion back in there. But yes, we would look to do all of this ideally around the same timeline so that all of the new information on the website is up generally in the spring, March 2026.
Commissioner, do you have an additional follow-up question?
Just if I can, thank you, Chair, to finish my point. For me, I think I need to personally do a little more homework on this agenda topic, knowing that March of 2026 is kind of our goal. I'd feel comfortable, or at least asking to put this off until a January meeting, but don't feel comfortable being able to vote for it today, but certainly it being afforded some extra time to reconsider, take up in January.
Commissioner Roy?
To the Executive Director. So I'm just going to read, even though I definitely hear you, Commissioner Stebbins. The suggested motion language was to move to approve the proposed plan for quarterly releases of raw testing data from Metric with a 30-day look-back basis for an estimated launch of spring 2026, and to direct the Executive Director to work with the legal department to develop, I'll go with opt-out, including indemnification for labs, to acknowledge that labs will be identified and aggregated in raw testing data from Metric and released on the Commission's website consistent with applicable statutes and regulations. So my question to the Executive Director, if on this case you had the opt-out, are you completely comfortable?
I would prefer it on both, but certainly in this instance for the aggregated data, if we had those ITLs that we've obviously been working with to recognize that this is the change that is going to be in the raw data, that would make me much more comfortable.
The opt-out.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I need to develop it, obviously, as I mentioned earlier.
So we will put that on the agenda. When is our meeting? When's our next meeting?
January 15th. If somebody could fact check me on that.
Thanks.
Commissioner Stebbins, does that work for you?
It works.
Yeah, Commissioner Bennett, okay. Right, then we can table this and we will take this up on January 15th. Thank you for that. And I think that is a point well taken. All right, so let us take a yes. I'm 11. But anyway, yeah, so I will entertain a motion because not everybody took advantage of the opportunity to eat me lunch. I enjoyed my wheat thins, although they did not have salt. But anyway, I will entertain a motion to go into recess until 2:45. Commissioner Roy?
Oh, so moved.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Call the roll. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We'll be back at, or it's 2:45, not 1:45.
Yeah. 2:45. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And we're back from our recess, and this is a little bit longer than the 1 o'clock we promised you guys. So sorry about that. But anyway, we're going back in the agenda, and we will now have the executive director and commission staff report. And Executive Director Ahern, you are up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we will start with our licensing folks here, manager and analysts with us, and I will turn it over. The next slide, please.
Oh, sorry. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I believe after the executive director report slides, which we'll come back to, we have the license. Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I misunderstood. Sorry about that. Okay. Thank you. Licensing data updates.
Right, next slide, please. Okay. For our highlights for licensing data, at the time the data was collected, we had 10 applications waiting first review, 22 applications awaiting supplemental review, and 77,689 certified active patients. Next slide, please. Current license applications by approvals, our totals went from 1657 to 1668, which was an increase by 11. Next slide. Our pizza tracker slide, we increased from 1915 last month to 1934 this month. If there's no questions, I'll hand it over to licensing analyst Jamie
You
Wakefield.
might be asking the question I was going to ask. Go ahead, Commissioner Stops.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Actually, not a question, but since we're on this fun slide, and look to the ED to do this, because we've had conversations in the past about our cultivators, who's kind of in line, who's in the mix, what the potential is. I think Commissioner Roy has brought this up too. Like, what is the extra square footage that could come online? Because we're concerned about price compression and other topics. I did do a request to our data team to get an idea of where all those people are and maybe how long they've been lingering there.
In the queue, you mean?
In the queue. Data provided that information back to me. Can I send it to you to share with other commissioners? Is that the appropriate vehicle? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Sorry, Suko, not a question, but thanks.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Sorry, Commissioner Roy.
And thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I look forward to getting that. My question I brought up earlier with licensing around receiverships. Does the commission get notified when a licensee goes into receivership?
I want to say that we do. I don't really handle the receiver.
Okay. Yeah, okay. And I don't mean to spot you. I don't know who does.
I can get that information for you.
Do you know who handles receiver?
Licensing manager. Yes, we do.
Okay.
Okay, and if I may make a request, Madam Chair, could we have a slide in the future of how many licensees are in receivership?
Sure.
Thank you. That was going to be my question that I thought you were going to ask, but then she asked it instead. So.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead, Manager Defoe.
Okay. So I'm going to hand it over to licensing analyst Jamie Wakefield to take us through the active cultivator slides.
So as we see here, I guess hello commissioners. Thank you for having me. Great to meet you, Commissioner Benedon. This slide here is our active cultivators broken out by tier. And these are all active currently. So these do not have expired or other statuses listed within it. And as you can see, the total maximum canopy is 4,355,000. That is not the total canopy necessarily that's in use, but rather could be in use based on the tier levels. If there are no questions on the slide, I think we can go to.
I have just a quick question, and I probably, so we have commenced operation, and then we have total maximum canopy, and obviously talking about the issue of relegation. And can you just explain, how we go through that process of looking at whether or not a licensee is growing? It's what is that? I think 75%. And this is terrible that I don't know this, but can you walk me through a little bit, and maybe this will help Commissioner Bennett as well, but a hiatus also makes me forget some of these things. So if you could walk us through that and what that means, because we may be with your assistance, looking at the potential of caps, which other states have done, or putting a pause. Again, it's not anything, and obviously it takes 3 votes to do any of these things, but it's just something looking at price compression. Are there some things that we as a commission can be doing? So if you could just walk us through that process of relegation that is not related to Ted Lasso. So what is it here?
Let's see. So I know that that is a collaboration between licensing managers, Moriarty's team, and our investigations, I believe, or other folks from INE as well. I personally don't handle them, and I'm not quite exactly sure what that all looks like. But I will.
That's okay. I didn't mean to put
Madam Chair.
That's okay.
And I was going to bring up tier relegation, and thank you, Jamie, because we assume all of you do everything, and we don't know, but thank you.
You're on that side.
Just as a reminder, it's going to be enforced January 1. We did vote on that as a board. And so to your point, Madam Chair, under 500-050, the commission may reduce the licensee's maximum canopy to a lower tier if the licensee sold less than 70% of what it produced during the 6 months prior to the application for renewal for an indoor cultivator, or during the harvest season prior to the application for renewal for an outdoor cultivator. The factors, I think that's what you were alluding, cultivation and production history, including whether the plant's inventory suffered a catastrophic event during the licensing period, transfer, sales and excise tax, payment history, existing inventory and inventory history, and sales contracts are some of the factors.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you again. I apologize for putting you on the spot there, but thank you for reading something I could look up. So thank you. Go ahead. Thank you. So moving on.
If there are no other
Yeah,
questions.
no, that was good. No, again, it's a good conversation. And again, we don't know who parses which parts of the thing. So thank you.
We're happy to get any other information for you that if it's outstanding.
We will be talking to you and other members of the team as we kind of look at this in the coming year as a potential issue to pursue. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Manager Bo.
Could have the next slide, please. So this slide here that is broken out clearly into, I'll say, top half and bottom half. The top half being our active cultivators that are indoor and outdoor totals, along with their maximum canopy. So we can see here there's 4,260,000 square footage of total maximum canopy with the 176 active cultivators.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Just to flag, this was requested at the last meeting of Manager Moriarty when she was presenting the licensing update. And so the question was in terms of expirations to break that out. So the numbers on the bottom demonstrate who has been expired for more than a year and who's been expired for less than a year. And I think it also speaks a little bit to the question of still remaining in the queue potentially for canopy. So I think we can try to summarize this, but this was a specific response to a question from last meeting.
Commissioner Roy.
And I'm going to apologize to Director Moriarty, or did I give her a promotion? Director? Please. Mr. Ted, manager. Okay. And she did email me after this because Commissioner Stebbins brought up something like if they're frozen because they expired, can they get unfrozen? And we said, well, provisionally, yes, but if they're a final license. So she reached out to me, and I haven't had the bandwidth to go back into this conversation, but we do need to figure that out as far as if you're expired, you have your final license and you're expired, are you permanently expired or can you resuscitate out of that?
Please.
I think to Commissioner Roy's point, this is a discussion that we should be scheduling. The data has now been sort of answered so that we are able to have that discussion, and I'll work with the chair on an agenda item potentially in January to sort of discuss specific and any changes to process of what we currently have going. The answer that Manager Moriarty provided you was basically that there are ways in which somebody who's expired can continue on with the process. There's certainly steps that they have to take. But if that's not the intent of the board, I think we would put together an agenda item, go through the data specifically that was pulled to answer the questions and discuss if you'd like to see a change in that process.
So to clarify, it's basically if it expires, do you have to start at ground square one or can you re-up? That's what I just want to clarify the question.
Not at ground one.
Mhm.
And if that is the intent of the board, we can certainly change that and we can go through all of the data to that extent.
I don't think it's necessarily the intent of the board, but I know that I do think there's a little bit of lack of clarity.
Yeah, and if I may mention,
please.
where I got confused is that's why we had to go in and give a directive to CIE because the provisional folks that hadn't paid, if that expired, they had to start from scratch. So that's where I get like, it's gray. I don't understand.
And that was before your time. That was when the license fees were not collected. And then that raised a whole series of cascading questions about what happens to the people who believe they were told they didn't have to pay. So
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think as of now, all the work that came out of the discussion from that other meeting, I think we'd be prepared for a more in-depth discussion and potentially any updates to process.
thank you. Great. Keep going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director, for pointing out those two added points at the bottom of the slide there. The average number of days expired and those who have been expired for more than 1 year. We additionally added a total minimum canopy line for your review as well. And likewise, in the previous slide, the total minimum canopy is not necessarily the amount of canopy that's in use, rather the total minimum canopy that could be in use.
Thank you.
And then the last footnote that we would just call out in terms of, just for evaluation purposes is between tier 1 and tier 3, there's a range of 4,999 square feet in between the tiers. Versus when it gets to tiers 3 and 11, there's a difference in between each tier level of 9,999 square feet. So just wanted to call that out. If that is something you'd like to consider.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it, Jamie. Thank you. It's easier to say your first name than try to remember. Right? But I keep giving out promotions, So.
I'll take one.
All right, here we go, before Christmas. That'll be the second best Christmas gift anybody got today.
Let's send it back to.
Okay. Thank you.
Next slide, please. And Madam Chair, may I just go back to the receivership quickly?
Oh, please, thank you. Yeah.
So legal also receives the receiverships and currently they're monitoring 4.
They're what, say that?
Currently, legal also receives the receiverships and they're currently monitoring.
Oh, monitoring 4. I didn't catch what you said. Yeah.
So I just wanted
So
to.
there are currently 4 receiverships right now. And again, not that I'm sure that most of the 137 people who appear to be watching right now, understand this, but because cannabis licensees do not have access to bankruptcy protection, it makes it more difficult to reorganize, sell a business. And I think this was a point that I don't know if you want to raise it now, but it was something you talked about in terms of when we do have these receiverships and there are license, ownership changes, that is one of those things that.
Yeah, sometimes we have expedited review, as you know very well. And what I'm hearing from so many people is that we're going to be seeing more, unfortunately, we're going to be seeing more distressed entities and more receiverships. And perhaps the board should contemplate for changes of ownership in these circumstances for expedited review because these deals are fragile. We're talking about bud tender salaries. And so, maybe that's something that we should contemplate and vote on and give you directive on expedited review for those circumstances.
Thank you. And I think that executive director, that might be, I mean, obviously it's not something that we necessarily put on the January agenda, but I think we should, we should think about putting that on the January agenda to have that conversation again. It sounds like, and I don't want to be putting extra pressure on you guys, but ultimately we either have a policy where you guys do it or we're saying, oh my God, we need to do something at the
And
last.
if I may,
Yeah.
we did that talk, state of the cannabis industry. The moderator is very well versed in receiverships, not only Massachusetts, nationwide. And I want to commend licensing because at the very onset, the beginning of the agency, it took for changing of ownerships. It took a little bit of time. We probably had limited staff and that's shrunk. That window now, we're turning them around much quicker, which is fantastic. But for these really distressed situations, perhaps those need to go expedited.
Okay, thank you. Again, it's just a point that just making sure that because of open meeting law, we don't have the ability to, all four of us, talk at the same time. So just letting people know that this is something, and and again, this is coming back to our newest commissioner. This is also hopefully an opportunity that you, if you have a question or you just want to, I just hope that you will take advantage of that. Again, not here, but sometimes we tend to go a little bit astray from the agenda, immediate agenda, to make sure that we are talking about things that we can put on the agenda for the next time. So thank you. Go ahead.
So, continuing on, this is our host community agreement data. We have the compliant HCAs have gone up to by 82 since last month, and we have reviewed a total of 1,351 HCAs since March 1st, 2024. Next slide, please. These are detailing the number of HCAs reviewed as well as host community agreement determination notices that were sent out. Below are the extension information. Extension requests have gone up by 65 since last month, and the average number of days requested is still 87.
Thank you. I'm just reading this again here. I don't know if I had a question here. That's fine. Thank you. I had a question, but I can't remember what it was. So keep going.
And that's all for license.
Okay, good. All right. So our executive director, are these folks all done?
If you are all set.
You can go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Please, thank you. Yep, thank you. So going now to the executive director report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And if we could reset the slides to the beginning for the executive director, thank you. We're bringing licensing back for that item. So that one is all set. So general, I'm going to go through goals. I do have two just broader updates prior to getting into the goals specifically. One is that I just returned from Canada. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stay for the entire time. Canada was kind enough to cover my travel costs given our current budget situation. And so I am looking to write up all of my notes on all the wonderful materials, provide those to the commissioners and staff. Would obviously prefer to have additional staff be able to go to Canada. It is a wealth of information, but obviously at this point they needed me there as the voting member, and we will hopefully look to be able to get other folks there in June when they also have another annual meeting. The other item to update the board on, which I sent this morning in a little bit of a time-sensitive issue and just notifying more for the public's sake at the moment, is that under the delegated authority from September 10th, 2020, I've authorized Enforcement Council to modify the payment due date for the second payment currently due this Friday, which is December 12th, 2025, for a date that is not to be beyond the current due date of the third and final installment currently due in February 10th, 2026, related to Assured's stipulated agreement, noting that all of these payments are prior to the renewal date of the licensee, which is August of 2026. No changes to the final amount are authorized, And the extension is specific to the second payment, not beyond the third. And I will work with the chair to discuss the appropriateness of a future agenda item should there be any additional changes related to the stipulated agreement. I'm going to write this and have it also added to the website with the stipulated agreement. I've provided that delegated authority as well in here, and the issue of it being a minor change and on an emergency basis is why I am not comfortable moving past an extension beyond what the third date referenced in the stipulated agreement is.
So if I could just point out, this falls under business not anticipated at time of posting. Again, I think it's really important that when we do have these emergency situations that we're able to have these conversations. But it also does bring me back to the issue, and we had this conversation previously, that the board has delegated, I believe it's 73 discrete powers, that what you're able to do, you literally have the unilateral power to do that, right? We did, I believe, approve this this repayment scheme and the basically the penalties that were assessed for the potential violations of law that regulation that occurred. But this will be something, I know that Commissioner Concepcion, oh gosh, it was probably 3 years ago, had been thinking about taking a look at the 73 items that we as commissioners have delegated to staff. And I think that it's timely to have that conversation, especially when it comes to things like disclosure, especially as it comes to things like accountability. One of the things that was in the auditor's report was disparate treatment of licensees. We have people on the front line, and this is not any sort of criticism of you, Mr. Director, but there was language in one of the legislative versions of the bill looking at reorganizing the commission that actually would have prevented commissioners from asking any questions to staff while there is an ongoing investigation. And I will point out that, and Commissioner Stebbins remembers this probably clearly, that we did have the death of a cannabis worker, and that death was purposely hidden from commissioners by staff. And Commissioner Roy raised important questions and was able to determine that significant licensing fees had not been paid. So allowing the commissioners who actually have the responsibility for these investigations, for the accountability with which we hold our licensees. And I believe that sometimes we have paid more attention to 30A, which is something that licensees can utilize to protect their due process rights. But we always need to make sure that as commissioners, we are supporting public safety, we are protecting consumers. And so I do think that in the coming year, it will be something I would like to explore, determining how we as commissioners can be more accountable to the licensees, more accountable to the public, and more accountable for public health and safety. So again, I just wanted to make that brief because again, I know that this was not something that we had posted on the agenda. I'm happy to have this conversation here. It truly is right now, your authority to do this. You've made this decision. We have not. So, so anyway, I do think that it sparks a further conversation about what the commissioners can and should be doing to hold themselves accountable, but to protect public health and safety. Commissioner Ray, could you?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is the Executive Director. What happens if this licensee comes back again and says the same thing? We're unable to pay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Right now, the anticipation would be, should I not have extended this within the parameters of all the three payments? So it's three payments of $100,000 at three specific periods of time. The second one being this Friday, the third one being February 10th, 26th. That we would have begun the enforcement action within the stipulated agreement, going after the business for not living up to the stipulated agreement. My point on the minor change within this is that I'm not comfortable prior to having this potentially on a future agenda for the commissioners to discuss if you'd like to change the agreement that you signed off on, that I'm not comfortable extending beyond what that third payment is currently set at, which is February 2026. So as of right now, without this decision, we would begin the enforcement action laid out in the stipulated agreement for them not living up to that agreement.
Is that revocation? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is that revocation?
That would be ultimately an end result.
And I would like to point out, and this is also, we need to make sure that we're getting good guidance on, disclosures on, I know that, one of the representatives from the company had reached out to speak to me, and I was given guidance that because of 30A, I could not have a conversation with them. So this is part of the reason why we are now discussing something that is not on the agenda, but certainly something that, we know that right now you currently have that unilateral authority to do so, and you have that unilateral authority to speak directly to the licensee. So I just raise this because I do think that there are, I do think that there have been a number of silos that have been created in this organization over a course of a number of years, lack of the ability to have free flowing information. Open meeting law is an issue. We know that that's an issue, but also the 30A has been used to prevent commissioners from getting fulsome information. And when we are responsible for the overall oversight of the commission, and due to 30A issues, we are actively prevented from getting information so that we understand what's going on. That is something, and that drives my concern about whether or not we have delegated too much authority to individual staff, especially as I continue to see roadblocks to getting information about public health and safety issues, that are being handled directly by staff, and ethical issues, making sure that people are making the proper disclosure if there are appearances of conflict or there is disparate treatment. So again, we will raise that in the new year, but I just wanted to make that commentary. I thank you for that. Obviously, I think that that's it's a decision. I know that this is under duress, and I know that this is last minute, but anyway, obviously right now that's your authority to do as you determine. So I thank you for the update and letting us know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just say as well, the list has gone down by at least one delegation. There was a vote in recent months on specific to a delegation related to petitions. And so within that instance, obviously at that time, the only thing that I'm concerned about in that area is that I am clear on the board's intent. The process was laid out. We had that in the motion. So
just so you know, this is not a criticism of you. It is an acknowledgement, and frankly, it's the legacy of former Commissioner Concepcion. She's not here, but it was something I know she was very interested in doing. So I think that it's just one of those issues that kind of has languished for a little while, and I think it's worth conducting. But thank you. This is no criticism of you, and I think you did what you could. Last minute decision, and I think that saving jobs is important. So I'm pleased that you're reporting that. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Getting into this, and I will be quick, but obviously can answer any questions in the interest of time here. Just again, a little bit of a summary here. The original goals for 2025 were voted in April of 25. Obviously, part of that was related to my start in March of 25. A full report, which is available in the public meeting materials from the October 1st meeting, is available online. I did do an interim report in November, and I provided an interim report here with the intent to have the final sort of full report through December 31st of 2025 available to you all in January. Just want to highlight a couple things really quickly. There were 5 short-term goals which were substantially completed by June 30th. A couple just updates under those that I'll go through very high level. And then for the 7 full-year goals, we do have 3 very significant deliverables in December and January that I want to highlight. Obviously, you just took one of the major steps today, which was voting social consumption regulations.
You're welcome.
And yes, thank you very much for accomplishing that goal. And then further authorized the legal team to put together all that material for the secretary. Under policymaking support, the delivery exclusivity report has been received from the UMass Donahue Institute in draft form and is being finalized to be submitted to the commissioners in December. with a potential review in January, all with the idea of giving the commissioners the ability, should they want to extend that deadline, that we have the time to promulgate prior to the April 1st, 2026 deadline. And the third one, and I'll go into other slides as well, but under lab testing guidelines, looking to get recommendation to the commissioners in December for a potential review in January, which the chair and Commissioner Roy discussed with ITLs and their potential ability to review that and provide feedback within that timeline.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Could you, for the general public, generally summarize the 5 short-term goals you've substantially completed?
Certainly. So the governance charter finalization was accomplished in May 22nd, 2025. The 26 budget, although it was not what we were looking for, was completed and started on July 1st, 2025. The establishment of the medical program working group was completed. And they are, one of the updates that I'll go through briefly in a moment is to make recommendations on a variety of things, including vertical integration. Oh, thank you very much for going to the next slide. For 3 and 4, I'll have to pull those up. I just didn't, in the interim report, I didn't have everything, but I can pull that up if you're interested. So. For number 3, it was to hold a cannabis advisory board meeting, which we were able to do. However, we have not been able to set a quarterly cadence due to failure to reach quorum at our second meeting. And the 4th was to conclude implementation of Chapter 180, which is at 94% task complete, with the remaining tasks all under the header of needing to enhance or replace our IT systems.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will continue. Thank you, Madam Chair. So just really quick updates under these 3 that have been otherwise substantially completed, just for folks to be aware. While the charter was completed in May 25, the chair and I have engaged Anderson Krieger with a statement of work, including some review of governance questions. So that may provide some updates to the board, and we'll follow up accordingly. Under number 2, for the budget development, it's noted here, obviously, what our budget was at $19.7 million as opposed to our $30 million request. We have submitted a supplemental budget request, FY26, on October 3rd. We have not resolved that issue as of yet. We have also submitted a supplemental bond bill request for FY26 to EOTS to update the MMJOS system, which is the medical IT platform. And if we get any updates on that, we will share them as soon as possible. And then under the number 5, at this point, obviously, the recent Senate bill would impact some of these items, but the working group itself has put together some regulatory recommendations that have been vetted by the external consulting group, which involved a member of the CAB. And it involves vertical integration, although now there's some other things for that group to consider, including medical reciprocity, although the group did have some very significant discussions about wanting to accomplish that. So hopefully we can be ready as needed. If we could advance to the next slide, just some updates under the full year goals here. Again, the certificate of analysis discussion was discussed today with a target launch. I have February here. I think we discussed March, but spring of 26. The quarterly uploads of the raw testing data, we'll just update that may be followed up on in January, was the discussion from earlier today. And the recommendations for changes to testing regulations, protocols, policies are due to the commissioners in December. And we will discuss the best way to engage the ITLs in that discussion as well, at the behest of the commissioners. Under research, data, and policymaking, we are looking to formalize a working group under the CCRP. There is a number, there's quite a bit of information that's been compiled by the Chief of Research. And so I will look to engage the Chair and Commissioner Roy with specifically the CPO, CFAO, and Chief of Research to get that process going. And then other stakeholders would be included thereafter, with the intent to create and implement an autonomous or semi-autonomous research center. So more to come on that. And again, the certificate of its analysis, raw data was discussed earlier. And finally, the delivery exclusivity report is due to you all shortly. If we can move to the next
Can I
slide.
just ask, do we have on both the delivery exclusivity report, do we have a date that we're having that? Because also the one that was on the prior page, the testing, you know, the 13, I think it was recommendations to when do we get before?
I have December here. Let me just check if I can commit to a specific date here. I know UMass Donahue is committed to turning this around very quickly on the recommendations. I believe there's a couple things that are just being reviewed. So let me see if I can get you a specific date.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We can move to the next slide. For equity programming, a couple items that have happened. We need to be rolling into our 5-year strategic plan that we should be presenting. One of the items that sort of changed from the initial was discussion of the DIA map. If we want to come back to that and include that, I will look for direction from the board on that as we move forward. For regulatory modernization, this is probably the largest shift from April, which is to change that sort of process to what is the red tape removal working group. And so as of right now, the staff has been assigned to that. And I believe the external stakeholders are being reached out to by GAP. And then we will set an initial meeting of that group. And ideally, what we'll do is put together a very comprehensive list of the regulatory changes that are desired, associated policies, and then look to prioritize that as we get through social consumption today, exclusivity theoretically thereafter, and be prepared in 2026 to get into regs. For social consumption regs, again, that was checked off today. And finally, for organizational structure, I did provide a bit of a summary of where we are at the moment, comparing our FY26 headcount to what was requested, putting some context for our 27 request, which is obviously subject to change. As well as giving some context for what the hiring freeze, where the hiring freeze has impacted various departments, including where leaves are currently causing us to have some bandwidth issues that we are managing through.
What would you anticipate that in terms of, what would you say the percentage of employees that are out on leave extended? You know what I mean? I mean, because it's also, because we don't get to talk about this, but it also reminds us the added pressure that we have on people who are still doing the job. What would be your guesstimate right now? I mean, I don't even know how many people are on leave right now.
I believe in the list that I sent, we have 9 in that category. And I would do some quick math if you're looking for a percentage.
No. It's 9 out of technically 150, but we have a lot of openings, so probably closer to 9 out of 130, would you say?
That's roughly, yes. And so again, I'm looking to provide a full summary of kind of everything that may, and quite honestly, as we do this exercise with the full report in January, after we go through the full calendar year, that may, direct where the commissioners want to prioritize goals going into 2026. Obviously, in approving these goals in April, that was probably more related to the executive director starting in March. So when we want to attack the 2026 goals, I would say can be right on the heels of you receiving a final report in January from the 25 goals.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to confirm, it's my understanding for the testing that the outside consultants will attend a meeting where commissioners will be able to ask questions.
That's correct. Yep.
Just like the UMass Donahue Institute will attend a meeting for us to ask questions.
I will confirm with the working group. I believe that UMass Donahue would generally be available to answer questions on their.
And then back to testing, the ITLs will have a minimal 2-week window with the recommendations.
I'm happy to discuss that right now. I think ultimately getting it to you is my #1 priority. And then from there, we have 2 major items that theoretically have timelines that we've discussed previously, exclusivity and testing protocols. So I'll work with the chair on scheduling how that looks in January. But ultimately, if we would like to put out the recommendations prior to when it is on the agenda, if we want to have you discuss them with the consultant, I think we want to probably maximize the consultant, right? So if we want to put them out for ITL feedback so that the consultant is speaking to you in a public meeting with the feedback from the ITLs, then I'll work with the chair to accomplish sort of that cadence.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
And I believe that's all that I have. And so again, the interim report, and I will look to have a final report in January.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. So we've done that. All right, so I think we're going back in terms of what has been printed. Okay, so we will now move on to the job description of the director of testing. And I just, one of the things I will say is that I'm not, I saw inside one of the memos stating that it sounded like the directors of testing were leaving because we don't have a standards testing lab, and that's not the feedback that I've gotten. So that was the only thing that I had a little bit of a question about, but I think we should just get right to the job description and get your thoughts on what you think we should be doing right now. And we may or may not, we can vote on this, but I'd just like to get your thoughts about how we, obviously we have some significant issues. We haven't had consistent leadership at director of testing for a long, long time. And this is such a critical role. I did the CPO, Debbie Hilton Creek is here. So I don't know how you want to handle this conversation. Are you starting it, or is the chief people officer going to do it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start and just kind of go through the memorandum itself. I'm happy to take questions and also follow up, although I know that there may be some desire to get this posted and filled as soon as possible. So happy to go that direction as well. I think ultimately, after 2 instances where we had an individual in the role, which takes a lot of bandwidth from our HR team in recruitment, that we want to make sure that we are looking holistically at the position prior to simply reposting. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, right? So really the intent here was for the CIE, the CPO, and I to review a number of elements within this and discuss some options. And within that, I would say a significant portion within this memo is talking about the long-term solutions that I think, may be with the expansion theoretically in the future as it relates to where the direction of hemp goes. Obviously, major changes at the federal government mean that we're not staring that down at the moment. And then also a reference lab, which when you look at the history of this position, was an assumption at the time that the director of testing would be part of rolling up a reference lab. That doesn't mean, to your point, that requires a change in the position, but I think it's something that we need to consider.
It indicates that was why some of these people left so precipitously, and that's not my understanding. At least one of them, why they left. So,
and so within any process of losing an individual, our HR department will do an exit interview. And so, while I'm not going to go through the contents of that, I think at the same point, some of those are the elements that we're also looking to include here. So we've had some changes, and we also have some budget issues right now. So where I may, want to go for a long-term solution with the approval of the board is not necessarily what I'm looking to discuss today. More so, making sure that we have the appropriate staffing level and support for testing at the moment. So there were 3 short-term solutions that were provided for consideration. I would point out that one of them, the third option listed as Deputy Director of Investigations, is not necessarily one that should theoretically be voted on today. As the chair mentioned, it is not noticed on the agenda, which I agree with. And yet it sort of overlaps within the conversation only because it has been requested. It could be part of a management process in a short-term solution. But I think that the first 2, which is simply reposting the position with some potential changes to the recruitment. I've had discussion with Commissioner Roy potentially about a bonus structure, those types of things to entice and pull candidates. So really that would be the status quo option of recruiting the same job description, same title, but trying to make some adjustments in the posting. The other option was really, again, referencing some of what we've seen and some of the realities of how we're operating without a reference lab, which is the Director of Testing Compliance, which is recognizing that we are using third-party consulting and a variety of other sources to supplement our program. And that really from what we see on the horizon here in terms of updating in early 2026, regulations, protocols related to testing, that we are looking for somebody who is very comfortable in the compliance space and regulatory space. Both of those two options, status quo or testing compliance, we would view as budget neutral. So obviously worth discussions in that regard. And I think one of the interesting things too, from some of the states that I was able to talk to who have gone through reference labs, is that they would generally have a testing compliance position and a lab director position. So where I did put one of the cons that this position could theoretically become outdated if we went in a different direction in the future, I also think theoretically, if the commission were to have a reference lab, that individual may be more of a lab director type position in that instance, and that a testing compliance position may still be relevant. And so really just presenting the commissioners with some options just for reference as well, as we talked about delegations earlier. If the position were simply vacant and being reposted, I'm not looking necessarily for action from the board. That has been delegated to the executive director to simply fill the position that's already been created. To make a structural change to the job description, the title, the org chart, that goes back through the commissioners per the delegation. So that is ultimately why I would be looking for a vote if you would like to support a change to the position itself. And if you will, Madam Chair, I would ask the CPO to catch anything that I missed or misstated.
Thanks, CPO Hilton Creek.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. AD. No, I think you covered everything. The only comment that I would add is that there's a huge compliance component here. And, you know, I've listened earlier today, the commissioners talking about public safety, and this is a huge burden for the commission right now. And I think, you know, taking that lens and that focus, I think maybe will guide us to a decision today, because we do really need to make sure that the testing department is capable of, you know, conducting the work that they're supposed to be conducting. And I'm not so sure that we can do it right now with the staffing that we have. And to the ED's point, all three of these positions are viable options for us on a short-term basis. I think any of these roles can be transitioned into the larger scheme of things when we look at compliance from a broader perspective.
Thank you. I'll just share my opinion. I think that, you know, if we take any vote, I think it, you know, is a title change only. I think that we can't wait to get someone in that position. I don't know how my fellow commissioners believe. You know, I was looking at the org chart. And I think that we, you know, one of the things I had this conversation with CPO Hilton Creek a long time ago about doing a management audit, you know, looking at what our mission is and making sure within our limited dollars, we have a focus on meeting that mission, you know, public safety, making sure that we're, you know, fulfilling our our regulatory responsibilities. I think that we've had enough news stories that are coming out that say we don't have time to wait. And I do think that we're almost not controlling our own fate right now. If indeed legislation is passed that changes the you know, structure of how this place operates, I think that is probably a time, you know, to maybe make a more profound change, but I just don't think that we can wait. And this is one of the things that the executive director and I had talked about is sitting down in the short term, trying to find ways that we can make sure that we have the resources to meet this need. I mean, again, that's just my thought. That's what I would support right now. Is I think that we should be going out and doing a search immediately, because I don't think that we can leave this position open much longer. And I think that because we haven't had that consistent leadership, because we had a shocking departure of our last director of testing, I think that we need to, you know, figure out, and now we have your leadership in partnership with CPO Hilton Creek. I think that filling this position sooner rather than later is important, but I do think that overall we need to do a management review. It doesn't have to be an audit, but a management review to see, do we have the positions that we need to meet our mission? Do we have some positions that we may not need? Do we have some positions that we need to fill? And having a conversation with you know, AGC Baker about the huge regulatory challenge that we have ahead of us next year. I said, how many new lawyers do you think we might hire? And, you know, not that I probably shouldn't be repeating it, you know, an offline conversation, but he said 3. And I think that, you know, I don't think that is incorrect. So anyway, I'd love, my fellow commissioners to kind of weigh in with their thoughts, and maybe we can, again, we don't have that other issue on the agenda, so I'm not sure we can take that up, but Commissioner Stebbins, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the ED for thinking through a couple of different options. I'm comfortable, and it thinks I might be comfortable with the track you're taking of reposting this position. I think changing the title to Director of Testing Compliance, because as you point out, it'd be great to have our own lab, but somebody who can manage the process when we're doing third-party testing of any product that we pull off the shelf, and somebody who's just stepping in at a time where we might be changing regulations, might be changing protocols. I think that might eliminate any confusion that somebody might have about what the intention of the job is. I did go back and look at the job description, and I would support some changes to maybe the first line that we use, since we're going to change the title already. But it says the Director of Testing, under the direction of Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, is responsible for the overall operation and administration of the ITLs. I think that needs some more clarification. If I was reading that, I'd be like, am I running these places? Am I overseeing them? Am I regulating them? So, obviously words might make a difference, and I'm sure anybody who goes through the vetting and the interview process probably would have come to a different conclusion. But that language, to me, I would encourage us to change it before we repost it.
Thank you. And that's something that you can do through your, authority, but I don't know if there, Commissioner Benedon, do you have any thoughts or feedback?
I agree with the urgency of moving forward with this. And I did want to question the point of, whether there would be a concern about changing the job title in light of what was posted for today. And I don't know that I necessarily see concerns if we wanted to focus more on the compliance piece to voting to change to Director of Testing Compliance and change the job description somewhat accordingly. That to me seems reasonably encompassed by the noticed topic for today's meeting. And I think in light of what we currently need and what the focus seems to be of the role, that seems the more appropriate to have that focus on compliance. Now, we could, of course, change the job description to focus on compliance even without changing the title. That would be an option as well. But it strikes me that if we wanted to add a word to the title so that it's very clear up front the nature of the role, that would also be appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, do you have any?
Yes, thank you. Having sat on two of the panels to hire the Director of Testing, I am sensitive to the amount of work it takes to bring somebody on board. And we didn't get desired results, very quick tenures. And so it is desired results. We just didn't have great tenure. True. And so I agree with my colleagues. There is a sense of urgency around this. We had a meeting the other day. And I don't know if that job description speaks to, we're trying to transition to not only inspections, but audits. So I think that's an important aspect for whoever's interviewing for this position, that this is where we're trending. What we did today with the product catalog will only help the Director of Testing Compliance. What we're hopefully going to do in January with the raw data will only help this person in their role. And when we review the new proposal for regulations and we move to standardization, all of these things will help that person succeed in that role. And I want to thank the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Noam Jones, and the entire testing task force for the yeoman's work that they have done in a short amount of time. I know this was, the vision is that that's temporary, but I want to thank them for what they're doing to safeguard public health and safety, and Director Enos is overseeing the testing team right now. So the work is happening, and we're providing more tools, this board is, and so if we have standards and everybody's playing by the testing by the exact same rules, and we have raw data for the world to see, and we have a product catalog for consumers to see, all of these things will make us a even healthier industry and hopefully make that person succeed. So I know that was kind of long-winded, but thank you. And so I'm in agreement. We need to definitely move forward. And I guess we'll take a vote. I think there's.
Okay, so, what are we voting on? I mean, so, oh, you do it, okay,
If
so,
you'd like me to read it, Madam?
yeah, if you,
I think one other thing I would note, obviously, a couple points that were made by Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Roy, the relation to audits of sort of the laboratories, the reference to this role with the ITLs, if you'd prefer sort of the word laboratory rather than testing, I think those might be interchangeable here to a certain extent, or we could try to incorporate both, but whenever job descriptions get so long that they don't fit in one line, that always is a little confusing for folks. But the suggested motions here, which I can amend with any feedback from the board through the chair, is move to approve a change in title from Director of Testing to Director of Testing Compliance with associated minimal changes to the job description and posting.
I think that's eloquent, succinct. Well done. All right, Commissioner Stebbins, would you care to make that eloquent, succinct?
Sure. I would move to approve a change in title from Director of Testing to Director of Testing Compliance with associated minimal changes to the job description and posting.
Commissioner Benedict, do I hear a second?
Second.
I've been moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
We're getting to the time where I'm forgetting names.
I know, it's all right. No worries.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Benedict.
Aye.
It passes out. Chair votes aye. It passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment?
Oh, please.
So good. I'm glad that it's passed and everything. I just wanted to say that one of the things that we did get the desired outcomes when we were recruiting. However, we were chasing the scientific component of this position as opposed to, trying to get a blending of what we really needed in the commission. And that's the reason why we need the revision on the job description as well. So I just wanted to say that, the scientific piece was coming at us and we just sort of ran with that train. So we're trying to make.
Oh, but thank you. But I think the most important thing, whomever the candidate is, they be given the freedom and the ability to speak freely about what the problems are so that we can address them. And that is important. And if I can also acknowledge, we had a wonderful presentation by our Chief Innovation and Technology Officer last week, but you also put on a nice event for the staff, which was sponsored by the Executive Director and myself, given the budgetary constraints that we have right now. But I want to thank you and your team for putting that together.
Rocco's Donuts.
Rocco's Donuts. But anyway, I want to thank you because I think everybody enjoyed it. I think it was a great team building exercise and it didn't cost the Commonwealth anything. So
Thank you. And I think the staff enjoyed the commissioner's presence as well. So,
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
great. Thank you.
If I may, just 2 comments into the Executive Director, to your point, Madam Chair. This next person needs to be able to say the words lab shopping and potency inflation. They need to be able to talk about those issues. And so I just want to make sure you're in agreement with that this can be discussed.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. And then also, Debbie, if you could share your vision for where this would be posted and then when it would be posted.
Yeah, so we can post it right away. There are a number of areas where we can post this. We've been trying to develop some relationships with some, more lab type, cannabis type organizations and staffing firms that can help us to search. And we also post on Mass Careers, and believe it or not, Mass Careers it has a very wide reach, and it costs us hardly anything to do that. So, and we can explore other areas too, where we can post.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. And again, thank you for all you did last
Yeah,
week.
thank
Appreciate
you.
it. So I'm just still mad that my team didn't win the picture drawing contest, but I had a lot of fun. Long game.
We have some pictures though.
Oh, you do?
Oh, you do?
Oh, and I want to applaud Mark for having won the best
Sweater.
holiday sweater. So you did a great job. So congrats.
That's right.
Yeah,
It was original.
it was totally rigged. I'm gonna tell you, when he walked in, I said, you win. It's that good.
Although I kind of like the ED's light up sweater. I was a little partial to that too.
Very good. So anyway, so we have, so again, I thank you. I think it was a good team building exercise. And I also thank Paul for having done a good job presenting that report on the audit. So anyway, so it's about 4 o'clock. One of the things I suggested to the executive director is that item 2, procedure of legal intervention, which may cause us to go into executive session. I told you, I'm already at I'm forgetting people's names point of the day. So I just want to make sure that we have enough time to give this the attention it deserves. So I'm just going to suggest that we table this right now. We take this up in January. And, you know, we still do have a couple more things, and I would like us to be able to conclude, you know, by 5 o'clock or 5:30. So anyway, so we will, if with the, you know, consensus of the commissioners, I'd like to move that to January. Commissioner Roy, do you have any comments?
I do. Number 8, we got an email. So we might have to table 8 because I want to be able to have opportunity. We got an email from a constituent on the NODs. Are you comfortable with that?
And now that we're here, can you talk about it with everybody? Or
Oh, yeah, I can read it into the record. I just want to have more.
But anyway, just officially, we will take that up in January. We will put that on the agenda in January. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll update our tracking with GAP as well. So we don't.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Reed,
Sure. So I received an email. I'm going to share it with my colleagues. I'll read it into the record today during meeting. It's from Scott Murphy, who and Scott, you emails me fairly regularly. So thank you, Scott. He's the Director of Operational Quality Assurance and Compliance for Parallel. It says, good afternoon. I hope all is well. I am not sending this email too late for you to see. On today's agenda appears a walkthrough of the deficiency process. Typically, these types of discussions only present the CCC's perspective, but miss the industry's side. I think it would be useful for everyone to understand a few key parts. First, once a corrective action is submitted, who approves or denies? Is it the regulator, their manager, the director of investigation, and the chief of investigations? Does this process ever change? Lastly, on the few changes the regulators have made mistakes. How does a company resolve that? To date, I've received 3 in error. 1 was officially retracted. However, it took a good amount of effort on my part. 2 other deficiencies, the inspector still made us write a corrective action. We had no recourse to further debate the merits. Thank you for your consideration to this matter, Scott.
Thank you, and thank you for reading that in, because I think that, you know, that it may well be part of even a broader discussion about delegated authority, you know, and questions like that. But it also makes me think about Director Enos and the meetings that he's having. So one of the things I would ask the executive director is to, and maybe you and I and Director Enos can have a conversation, because as I originally anticipated when that position was being proposed, it was passed when I was not here. But it's part of the learning process for our investigators that if we can clarify regular meetings, because again, the reason that I wanted to create that particular position was after a conversation with the director of the Alcohol Beverage Control Commission, who told me that within 6 months of them having begun regular meetings with their licensees where people could come and ask questions, they had reduction of violations by 50%. And so I think that it does 2 things, and I think it could save us money. Because if we also make sure that we do have the opportunity for licensees to ask questions and to make sure that they're compliant, we are going to help them. We're going to save them money. We're going to save headaches for our staff and follow-up. but also I think that's supposed to, and again, it's part of the training as well. It's training for our staff to hear and listen so that they know, and I've heard this again, this is not to disparage anybody and obviously because, we don't have, we have people all over the state. We have people out in the Berkshires, out to Provincetown. And so there isn't always the opportunity that we had last week where everyone's in a room and they can talk and collaborate and share. So if we could have a meeting with you, Director Enos, and myself, and I don't know if anybody else would like to come, one other person, but understanding how we regularize those meetings. I believe that he's having quarterly meetings with the ITLs, but I have not reached out to him directly, but I would like to have a meeting with you and him and me to understand how can we make those even more effective and more helpful for our licensees and also for our staff so that they can on a regular basis go out and hear and learn, or maybe our newest employees, they will get a lesson in understanding what it means and what it means to the businesses. Commissioner Stevens.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing up this point. And I had the opportunity to I don't want to say take, but drag Director Enos to one of those ABCC sessions. And I agree with you, they're helpful. I'm happy to sit in on those conversations with you because not to get too off topic, but when we think of a topic we've all talked about, changes to our RVT program, it might be interesting to allow us to use some of those RVT training hours to be compliance hours or have compliance programs that we can help put out.
Attending these meetings count for RVT?
Or reviewing, material that we put out, but having it count in some way. But I think, again, I've gone through RVT sessions and I would think after the second year, I get the information. But if we want to encourage continued compliance, finding a way for us to insert ourselves with some compliance training might be helpful.
But that's what I'm saying is that's actually what these could turn into rather than an RVT training that we know is stale and doing the same thing every year.
And it's based off our curriculum. It's not our trainers.
It is not our trainers. It's based on the best efforts with limited staff that we had to stand this place up with very little time and very little money. And initially it was, it was state of the art across the state, but we now recognize because now many of these licensees or employees have been there for years and years and years, and they're hearing the same thing. And it's on us to make sure that we can do that. So thank you. But that could end up, it's almost like continuing education where, maybe we do have a topic and maybe we go to the Berkshires and we have one topic and we go to Cape Cod and we have another topic. So, you can come and get some, I don't know if that's what you were offering.
Yeah, no,
but I
it's
think
along those same lines. So I'm just saying, happy to participate in those conversations.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Roy.
I think that's a great idea, Commissioner Stebbins, if we folded that in to some sort of training. And the reason why I had requested the chair put this on the agenda is I've gotten requests from folks out, licensees, stakeholders. What are the most common NODs? And so, along the lines of today's deliberations around transparency, folks have asked, can we publish the NODs? Now, there's two ways to look at that. We could publish the NODs, just saying like, cameras are, are wasting, or, we can post those, or we can, like our other enforcement actions, post them in their entirety, identifying the licensee. Now, I don't know if we want to go down that route, but I think folks are just clamoring for that information. What are the most common notices of deficiencies by license type, quite frankly, right? Because what the ITLs get NODs for is quite different than what the cultivators get NODs, but helping them stay in compliance by sharing what the pitfalls are. There's a commonality because when you read the post-provisional license inspections, I read the same NODs over and over again. So let's provide that information to our licensees to keep them in compliance.
Thank you. Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just referenced the Chief Jones and Director Enos are here for that particular item. And I understand that the discussion might be about tabling it But obviously, we read one item into the record, so if you want to hear from them, they are here and ready to speak to it.
Yeah, you know what I would like to do? I would like to take a brief break until 4:15 and then 4:15 on the dot. And we can give them an opportunity to respond because they'll be coming down here. So if I would entertain a motion for a brief break until 4:15.
Sure.
Do I hear that motion?
So
Do I hear that second, Commissioner Bennett?
Second.
Moved and seconded, call the roll. All those in favor, aye,
Aye.
opposed, no. We are in recess until 4:15, but on the dot. So you can have everybody else. Okay, all right, thank you. We're back live. Okay, so,
We have all kinds of documents.
we're completing the conversation on notices of a deficiency. Yes, thank you. And if I could make a quick thank you to Mike Baker. I may not see you before the end of the year, so wishing you well.
Madam Chair, if you'd like, so I know we were just discussing NODs and
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So,
They have.
yes, so
Okay, thank you, Chair. Well, I'll just talk high level in terms of our NOD process. So basically for the enforcement of 94G or 94I, if we identify or determine that there's a deficiency, we are required that we need to provide, pursuant to the regulations, to provide the notice of deficiency so that they can be able to then put corrective measures, come up with the timetable of how they'll be able to come back into compliance. And the process of doing so, the investigator or compliance officer, they draft the notice of deficiency. The investigations manager is the one that reviews the notice of deficiency. In instances where it's complicated, because there are instances where sometimes they face their questions in terms of the investigator or the IM, then it is overseen by the director of investigations. If the director of investigations is uncertain about how they should proceed, that's where I get involved to also look at the, NODs. So on average, we are issuing, a lot of NODs per year, like 580 or so on average. So we do not want to stall or delay the licensees in terms of them receiving these notices, which is why pursuant to our SOPs, an NOD is issued within 48 hours, except in extenuating circumstances, wherein if things are gray or complicated, we might also require that enforcement counsel has to review due to a regulatory interpretation. It might take time. So in a nutshell, that is how the process works. However, in instances where we have to rescind an NOD, if we identify that we issued an NOD in an instance that we shouldn't have, we take ownership and accountability and rescind the NOD and then proceed accordingly so that we do not hold the licensee to that deficiency. Also, what the board has to realize is that when we're looking at our enforcement actions, we do look at mitigating circumstances as well. So those NODs do play a role, which is why if we have to rescind it, we need to proceed with the rescission because we do not want those NODs to be on the record when in fact they shouldn't be. And then there's a conversation today, and this came up. I think, Chair, you've talked about this in different public meetings related to the position of the Director of Enforcement Training. We are in agreement. We do see utility. There's a value add for the Director of Enforcement Training to, in fact, be able to be out there and providing these trainings to the licensees. As a matter of fact, we also are interested in ensuring that as part of our family relief, if we're seeing that there's a pattern, in terms of what the licenses are getting involved in, for us to then, have a mandatory training as part of our family relief. So we are interested in moving in that direction. And we're looking forward to the conversation between you and the Executive Director and Commissioner Stebbins to that.
thank you.
Then the common NODs that we see are related to inventory discrepancies, signage, advertising. Those are the common NODs that we see, and I believe storage as well.
Trina's, thanks. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, if I may, Madam Chair, I think as well I think a point that the CIA just made is very relevant to the red tape removal working group that will be meeting soon, which is some of those things, some of the NODs that require a lot of administrative burden on our staff and impact the licensees. should, changes be made under the header of advertising, which is relatively broad, that could really move the needle for those in the industry as well as our staff.
So have you made suggestions for red tape removal?
If I may, Chair, we are in fact, we've compiled some information that when you all get together, you'll see, what our proposals are related to that. We have had an ongoing list that we have been sending to our counterparts in legal department, so we are pulling from that and also, looking at the climate or the environment where we are right now to ensure that at least based on implementation, the issues that we're seeing, we can also, provide those during this process. And then we've had from licensees as well in terms of what their needs are and what their concerns are during inspections. So we are including those or incorporating those proposals, through the red tape removal process.
And Commissioner Roy has a question.
Comments and questions. So, Chief, you and I have had this talk. So we don't assess a fine with an NOD. Other jurisdictions, some of them do assess a fine, right, with an NOD?
If I may, Chair.
Please, thank you.
Yes, we are, at this particular time, we're not assessing, as far as our fines assessment process, we are not assessing a fine with the NOD. However, we have been working very hard, diligently to put that information together. Enforcement Counsel and his team, they've worked super hard to put that together. And we are presenting that before the we'll be presenting that or advancing that to the executive director. That way he can then advance it to the board for the board's consideration and contemplation. So we have been working towards that as well.
Thank you.
The other question that's come up is, can folks appeal an NOD? Is there any process for that? Please.
Yes, if I may, Chair, we do not have, there's no hearing right related to a notice of deficiency. And the reason why is because a notice of deficiency is not meant to be punitive, right? It is giving them an opportunity to correct the issues so that they can come back into compliance, which is why there isn't a hearing right at this particular time. And then also, as you mentioned, we don't have a process where we're issuing any fines related to the issuance of that specific NOD, unless if there's an enforcement action, right? So that's why through enforcement actions or administrative process, there is a hearing right. But for the NOD specifically, as I mentioned, we're issuing at least 580 NODs per year. That hearing officer or those hearing officers will be pretty busy if that's the case. And also too, which is why we move towards, if we find out that we cited there's a wrong regulatory citation, we rescind the NOD for that reason, for those specific reasons as well.
Thank you. Director, Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. I have a few questions just for clarification. You mentioned a couple of times 580 deficiencies a year. If multiple deficiencies are identified during a single inspection, is that considered one NOD or are those separate?
If I may, Chair.
Please, thank you.
Commissioner, it's one NOD. So that one NOD talks to that inspection on X date. This is what we observed. And then we identify what the non-compliance issue is or what the violation is, and then we tie it to the regulatory citation so that, the licensees also while it's also a corrective measure, it's also an educational tool, for the licensees as well. We've had licensees who have actually, in fact, have told us that they were not aware of certain regulations and things like that. So that's why we need to be able to connect. There has to be a nexus between the violation and the regulatory citation. It's one NOD.
Please, thank you. Oh, yes, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Another question that I have is, provided that the NOD is corrected, so they take corrective action, which it sounds happens most of the time. Does the fact that there had been an NOD have any impact on subsequent renewal or on future new licensure by the principals? Or as long as it's corrected, is it, like you said, it's not punitive in it?
If I may,
Please,
Chair,
thank you.
Right, no, the NODs are not a factor when it comes to renewals. They're not a factor, that's why prior to even final licensure, while ensuring that they've actually they're now they have corrected the deficiencies and they are actually compliant. So they're not a factor as long as they're corrected.
Please go on, keep going. Yep, please keep going. Yep.
Yeah, this is my last question, which I think is more pertinent to our discussion today. Is do you have a sense, putting you on the spot here, approximately how many of the deficiencies are overturned or rescinded? Is it very, very few?
No, if I may, Chair, Commissioner, it's very few. And then I'm relying on the information that I have since 2020, since I was the Director of Investigations. It's rare. It's a rarity for that to happen. But then also it speaks to our process, right? A process of transparency, which is if we find out that we have the wrong regulatory citation or that we shouldn't have issued an NOD, we take accountability. We're willing to to rescind it for that reason. So it's a few, it's not a lot. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, I told you. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Jones kind of touched on this, but I just kind of wanted to revisit that point about the educational nature of the NOD. Again, that is a very, very important aspect of the NOD. Obviously, we use the NOD with specificity with the narrative linking to the regulatory citation to obviously give the licensee the most accurate information regarding our observation, our discovery. So there is really kind of no confusion on their end where we're coming from. Obviously, with the aim of getting them back into compliance as quickly as possible. But again, as Chief Jones says, it's a teachable moment for the licensees. So if the honest answer was we were not aware we couldn't do that, we were confused about that, the NOD is the perfect way for us to clearly kind of identify and clear up that understanding of the licensee there. So again, I just want to stress the educational aspect of the NODs is paramount, and it's a big aspect of what we do and what we hope to achieve with the licensees.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to I'll give them a chance to answer the question, but just want to thank you both for the time you afforded me yesterday when I saw this was on the agenda. I appreciate you carving out some time, answering some questions that I had about NODs. NODs are tied to inspections, and I think sometimes all of us get the question of why do so many investigators sometimes show up for an investigation? I'll give you the opportunity to share the answer you shared with me because I think that's important not only for all of us to hear, but also for the industry to understand and get some clarity around. So Chief or Armin, whoever wants to take it. Okay.
Thank you, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for your question. Yes, so let me start by saying the number of participants on an inspection, I would say, is not purely indicative of anything in itself. There are various reasons for why we would have a larger number of individuals on an inspection. If you can imagine a co-located facility, that is a tier 6, tier 7. And if we're talking about a medical facility, that you'll have the grow operation, product manufacturing, potentially the retail arm, all under the same ceiling, same umbrella. Obviously, to increase efficiency on our staff, we have constant collaboration. So if we have a medical lead and an adult use lead for a co-located establishment, they will conduct those together. But again, if we have a tier 6 facility, we also need to speak with staff, might need to review records to increase efficiency and obviously to kind of cut down on the amount of time we are there. We might need 4 people to go and scan plants and inventory. We might need another 2 people to go to review records. We might need another 2 people to go and look at historical security footage dating 60 days back. So it's always with an aim of how do we increase our efficiency. As in addition to that, our training program for our new investigators, shadowing inspections is a central component of what we do. So in some instances, you might have individuals there that might be within their first 30, 60, 90 days. They are obviously going to be shadowing kind of our more seasoned, more experienced investigators, because I think as we can all imagine, there is really no substitute for that on the field training and that experience. Now, again, there are some instances where we might be having a certain aspect in mind, or we might have a certain investigation where we need the certain numbers we do. But I would just say off the bat, just because we have a large number there is not indicative of anything in itself. Training opportunities, the scale, the size of these facilities, there are a number of reasons why you might see a large number of individuals on such inspections.
You let people know when you come in with a tour de force here, a force.
Absolutely.
that it's a training issue and not scaring. And so, please, thank you.
Madam Chair, the other part to this is that, in addition to trainings and everything else that I would say, also, we want the public to understand this and the licenses to understand this as well. We're not always there, right? So our unannounced inspections are not happening all the time or frequently. So there are instances when we conduct that unannounced, we haven't been there for 9 months. So you might see that there's a large number of people that are there, like Alan said, to create that efficiency. And also, we don't want it to be a situation where if we have less staff, let's say, for example, we're at tier 11, that's a big cultivation. We don't want to be missing certain components of certain aspects of their, of that facility because we don't have adequate staff or sufficient staff to be able to cover certain parts of that area. So that's also part of it as well.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. I have two questions. When an investigator goes on site and then comes back and writes their report and their NODs, is there a checks and balance? In other words, does their supervisor sign off on the NOD?
If I may, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I had mentioned that earlier. Yes, the investigations manager is always the review.
So it's a sign off.
They sign off. And then if it's a situation where the investigations manager has a question and is not sure, then it's reviewed by the director.
It would go to you.
And then it will come to me if the director of investigation, but that's rare. Honestly, I have not, the whole year, I've not seen a single NOD because they are that competent. We have a competent group. And as a matter of fact, they also have peer reviews between investigation managers where they do peer reviews on their NODs or on their, inspection.
I like that. I didn't know that.
Yes.
Okay.
We do have that as well. And then if I may add as well, and this speaks to our process, how efficient it is, failure to adequately address NODs or the plan of corrections or, instances where they do not implement what they've articulated in the plan of correction can lead to, administrative enforcement action.
Right.
And to date, I don't believe that we've had to really do that. I would have to check. Because that's how, efficient that process is and competent, as far as our staff is related to issuing these NODs and communicating with the licensees.
Madam Chair. So, Chief Jones, you might remember when we had the two agents in a vehicle discussion. And I don't know if you remember, I had asked you and your team to put together the NODs for delivery before to make sure there were no glaring public safety NODs. And you guys did that amazing job and we were able to make an informed decision. How difficult would it be, and not saying it needs to be done tomorrow, but to do that exercise across each license type so that, because that's what the public is looking for, like the top most 5 common NODs per license type that we could put on our website so they can see, like, then that would drive Armin, Director Enos to teach to what's, constantly being violated. That would help shape what he would do out in the community. So I don't know. I know you're short staffed and I know, a lot of folks are on leave. We already talked about that, but I think it would be an enormously helpful tool for commissioners, for licensees, and for Director Enos to help shape out there in the community. So I don't know if it would take you a couple months or whatever, but I don't know if it's like at your fingertips or how much work it would take to get that.
Please, thank you.
Commissioner Roy, can we get back to you on that? Because
Yeah,
I really do not want to respond and say we can with X amount of days or months without
and I
conferring with the team.
Right.
But if I may suggest too, is that for the trainings, because it hasn't happened yet, right? Armand has not had an opportunity to be able to do some outreach related to trainings. And that will be part of the framework, looking at those NODs internally to see what are the pressing issues, what are the issues that are, the frequently asked questions and things like that. That will help inform Armand in terms of how you'll be, I'm sorry, I'm so used to calling him Director Enos, in terms of how he needs to tailor the trainings, for the licensees. So that's all part of it. That's all part of the framework in order for him to be able to do that. And by the way, he's going to need a team. Right now, he's just a team of one.
I know,
Right.
and he's overseeing a team. Team of one overseeing a team.
All right, thank you. Just because I'm sensitive to the time and trying to make sure that we have, so do people have any additional questions? I think that.
Well, I just would like, so next steps would be give you some time to, the question I just asked about, aggregating that and then come back to us when you're ready, I guess.
If I may,
Please,
Chair,
thank you.
yes, yeah, we will look into it and then we'll communicate through the executive director what we find and all that. And then while we have the floor for the licenses that are listening, please, the signage is also a big deal. Let's make sure that the signage is up there on the door, on your doors or wherever you need to have it so that when we come in, to inspect your entities, that at least we see those limited access signs, signage, and also, hand washing as well.
Thank you. Are you? Yeah, thank you. And obviously we'll be addressing this and look forward to working with both of you in the new year to do even more. So thank you. With that, I do want to get us to be able to talk about the 2025 industry report. But CFAO, we might, because I don't want to give short shrift to any conversations that we're going to have with you. It's now 20 minutes of 5. And so we can get through the vote for commission, treasurer, and secretary. I don't have a hard stop at 5, and I don't know if anybody else has a hard stop, but if you don't mind being a little patient to see if we can get to that. Otherwise, I think you had mentioned to the executive director that we could deal with this in the first meeting in January.
Correct.
Okay.
The vote, the submittal to the Joint Ways and Means is until the end of January, so we do have some time.
Okay, all right, okay. Because I also want, I do want to have the conversation with the executive director about looking at sort of our structure and what we need and what we need more of. And so I would like to have that conversation, frankly, in advance of the budget, because I think it might shape some of the conversations. So I appreciate that. All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, we are scheduled with the CFAO and CPO, I believe, next week.
Great, thank you. So I'm moving around a little bit to just make sure we get everything done. Vote for commission, treasurer, and secretary for calendar year 2026. I'm not going to make this a big issue, but I don't know if Commissioner Stebbins would like to nominate anyone to replace him after he has capably served as the secretary. Given your deep knowledge of secretarial duties, do you have any nominations that you might like to make?
After a coin toss and I lost, I would be pleased to nominate my colleague, Commissioner Benedon, to be the commission secretary for calendar year 2026.
Excellent. Congratulations. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Would you like to give him an acceptance speech?
Just accept, you got a voter in.
I would have, but in the interest of time.
Good answer. Good answer.
We can always put that in January too. Okay, having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. That is unanimous. And I will nominate Commissioner Roy to continue as treasurer for another term unless anyone else is really ready for it on that additional work. Any questions and comments? Commissioner Stebbins?
I'm happy to second that. I'm also happy to, where the treasurer has the opportunity to pull me in, I'm happy to kind of be I don't want to say a second set of eyes, but just because of budget issues, happy to join her in the meetings where we're not violating the open meeting law, but still second your motion to elect her for calendar year 2020.
Stuck with me, Lisa.
Excellent, thank you. Having been moved and seconded, Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We unanimously reappoint Commissioner Roy as treasurer. So now we will be moving on to the discussion and vote on omitted data from the 2025 industry report regarding public health and safety. And this, I know Commissioners Roy and Benedon have had an opportunity to dig deeper, but I will ask Commissioner Roy to begin this conversation. And I believe you do have a motion that we can consider. as well.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I want to thank my colleague, Commissioner Benedon, for joining me in this. And I want to thank the Executive Director for also scheduling the meetings. You know, in our meetings, there were two areas where we focused on, and this is in regards to the 2025 industry report that our research team is statutorily mandated to produce and provide to the folks in the legislature. And so doing a deep dive on this, you know, we wanted to look at two areas. One is content that was redacted or edited, and two was process. And we found, you know, significant issues with the process and how this worked internally. Chair, I don't know if you want to talk which one you want to take first, but one is content and the other one is process.
Well, I think, I think I already read the most concerning thing to myself, because as we are looking at the issue of, you know, compliance with our testing regulations, and I see that this was to me, this is the most glaring example, is that we've gone from economic pressure can potentially drive growth. This is the original language. Economic pressure can potentially drive growers, product manufacturers, and labs towards higher cannabinoid results and passing safety screens. However, regulators may further incentivize accuracy and honesty, provide additional consumer protection, as well as fidelity of industry compliance with off-the-shelf testing practices or state-run standard testing laboratory. That was replaced with to provide additional consumer protection as well as fidelity of industry compliance. The Commission may offer consumer education off-the-shelf testing practices. To me, this was a very important message to be sending to the legislature, especially because we are constantly advocating that we need a state-run standard testing laboratory. And the reason we need that is because we need to have consistency, we need to have transparency, and especially when there was information that was derived from our research team and frankly from outside investigations that says that there is some data that show that economic pressure can drive some players in the industry towards behavior that does not allow us to protect public health and safety. So that is one substantive change that is troubling to me. But I think that, you know, rather than looking at the substance, and maybe you can address that, but we can get to the process if there's not, you know.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And if I may, I do think it is to take out the first half of that sentence makes it inaccurate or at best incomplete. And what I mean by that is in October, we got public records requests from the Wall Street Journal, and they did a piece about moldy products in Massachusetts. And our research team actually wasn't included in that process at the beginning, but then it was pulled in. And so I'm just going to highly summarize, if that's okay, what the Wall Street Journal concluded. According to reporting in the Wall Street Journal and related industry analysis, cannabis cultivators and product manufacturers and labs are driven to manipulate potency and safety screens, primarily by intense economic pressures stemming from oversupply, high taxes, strict regulations, and a flawed market structure that rewards high THC percentages. Key economic factors driving this manipulation include consumer demand for high potency, intense competition and oversupply, lab shopping, high regulatory costs and taxes, lax or inconsistent regulatory oversight, and safety screen manipulation. And so I guess my concern is that knowing this, why this was recommended by legal to redact it or remove it, when we could have put a citation, left it in, so it would be not an incomplete picture of what drives this, but a complete picture with a citation to perhaps to the Wall Street Journal or MJ Biz Daily, who had it as well. Also, my concern with removing this and not providing this information to the legislature is at the same time that this was being recommended to remove by legal, our task force was conducting an investigation about manipulated data at the very same time. And so this doesn't paint a clear picture to the legislature. In fact, it paints a half picture, an incomplete picture. And I don't understand why we could have just put a citation to this, to the legislature, as we're advocating, we need more money for confirmatory testing and we need funds for an internal reference lab. So I think this was misguided to remove this, and we say data, but data can mean facts and information. It doesn't have to necessarily just mean numbers, but this was removed and it changed the messaging to the legislature, this consideration number 5.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. And quick question, if I can. Commissioner Roy, you're suggesting that the testing consideration number 5, the pre-legal edit recommendation out of report version 10, I guess, are you suggesting that whole paragraph shouldn't have been altered and removed?
Exactly, I'm suggesting,
Okay.
because when you read for folks listening, it was, quote, economic pressure can potentially drive growers, product manufacturers, and labs towards higher cannabinoid results and passing safety screens. And then in the post edit, it got rid of that entirely. So it's to provide additional consumer protection as well as fidelity of industry compliance, the commission may offer consumer education, off-the-shelf testing practices or state. That's a very different thought than what research had recommended. And we have to paint an accurate picture to the legislature when we're asking for funds. And so we could have just provided a citation from the Wall Street Journal or other reputable sources to bolster, so it doesn't come across as subjective. It is objective, right? We don't want to be subjective here, but so I don't understand why this thought was removed when we could have just bolstered it with citations.
Executive Director Ahern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to highlight a couple points. So obviously what we tried to do was put the different iterations, and obviously all of these reports go through a variety of edits through a process that the research team works with other folks. And so I just want to clarify as well, because the agenda item is obviously omitted data. And so just want to clarify as well that content was edited, was mentioned earlier, and data can mean facts and information. I think that clarifies.
I'm reading the dictionary, okay? And it says data as in information, a collection of factual knowledge about something. And so for people to hide behind the word data is, once again, obfuscation. Data is information. And I will point out that our director of research had requested information. And that's why we have a motion to improve the process, because if there was not clarity, I'm not sure if there wasn't clarity, but that's information. And the only reason that she found out about some of this data, the numbers, is because an outside party did a public records request and she heard that speech. And then she took that information and then was able to add that into her deliberations. And so I also want to say that information was changed in this report. So I'm hoping that in your memo, which states that somebody here made a misstatement, I don't think that it's a misstatement of fact by either, myself or anybody else as a commissioner. And it is not a misstatement to say that information was changed. And the fulsome spirit of what we're trying to do, which is protect public health and safety, that did not occur. So I don't think it was a misstatement on my part. And I can find other places where the report was edited with an eye towards liability rather than public safety. And so that is troubling to me, that is not a misstatement. That is what happened. So, and if you have a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think clarifying that, again, what I tried to do here was lay out the different versions if the commissioners would like to discuss those as well. I understand that this has been discussed before my time, the timeline of data. I completely, and I tried to reflect in here as well, that I think, what would have been an obvious process improvement, what I think that we can do moving forward is if data is being pulled at the request of external stakeholders, that be shared always as a process standpoint with internal stakeholders. But obviously as well, what I tried to lay out here is that the information that was requested was provided. I completely understand your point on the timeline of it, so I tried to lay that out as well. And in terms of when using data as facts and information, I think that's an important clarification. So thank you.
Commissioner Roy, oh, sorry, back to Commissioner Stebbins, I stand up.
Thank you, Chair. And just to finish up our point, and this is a good conversation for us to have. Certainly I want to hear more about process improvements for the next time we need to do this, because this is certainly not going to be our last research project. But kind of getting back to the changes in language we were just talking about, even if I had seen this version, economic pressure, not sure how I would have landed on whether to include that or not. I would have had a problem with regulators may further incentivize accuracy and honesty. As a regulator, my job isn't to incentivize accuracy and honesty. That should be demanded, or that should be required. So I would have had problems with some of that language already. I appreciate my colleague's point about what might be missing in the final version that we all voted on. Not you, Chair. I know this was before you returned, but I would have had problems with that segment of that language if we're speaking first to that paragraph. But anyways, sorry.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. I would just like edification under consideration 6, the clear bullet, it says comment from legal on consideration 6, quote, edited to try and reflect the research perspective without clashing with the testing compliance monitoring perspective. Can someone provide edification what that means?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
I can certainly ask for that. I believe that was referencing a former staff member, but I obviously don't want to reference it individually. And I believe that the reason that's in here specifically was the conversation that we had, Commissioner Benedon, Commissioner Roy, research, data, reviewing this. I think the request was to add any additional notes on the change. And so that's what research was able to pull from their notes. I don't know if there's anybody who could speak to the specific point that was made by that individual.
Is the general counsel, he was at that meeting?
Yeah, why don't you, would you mind joining us up here at the microphone?
And I would just obviously, not having been there, but I was reading that as obviously legal is not the only other department that is requested to review this through the research team's iterative process, I&E, communications, a variety of different folks, the executive director. At the time, it was the acting executive director, are all asked to review and provide feedback. And so I had looked at that as feedback that may have come from the I&E perspective.
Madam Chair. Thank you. My question is to the general counsel. So if you could provide with specificity what this comment from legal meant, edited to try and reflect the research perspective without clashing with the testing compliance monitoring perspective. My other question is, this had a legal review in August with attorney Ladazinski. And so why did legal feel the need to go back in at the 11th hour and pull this and make more suggested edits? And privilege has been lifted, so we can talk freely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, just before I get into anything, I do want to just clarify that privilege has been lifted, and so I am able to speak. In response to your questions, I would reiterate what ED just said in terms of trying to harmonize comments received from the different departments during the review process. And without looking more directly and at it, I can't add anything more to that right now.
Okay, and my second question was, it was reviewed by Associate Counsel, General Counsel Ladazinski in February. And why did, in August, which was on the timeline, and why did you feel the need to go in February, right before it's going to be presented, shortly before it's going to be presented at a meeting, to make further suggested edits?
If I may, Madam Chair, again, I'd have to check earlier notes on that. As I'm recalling that the August review would have been before I arrived. And so there was I wanted to make sure that I had a chance to review it myself and, add input to it. So
May I ask, Madam Chair, why did you feel it was necessary to remove economic pressures can potentially drive growers, product manufacturers, and labs towards higher cannabinoid results and passing safety screens?
Again, Madam Chair, if I may, again, making sure that we have waived privilege, and so I am free to speak here. There were considerations, again, liability considerations with respect to ongoing litigation that, made us recommend changes to that language. I think primarily, and that was certainly one of the factors that went into the change that we recommended there.
You say ongoing litigation. We are not parties to any ongoing litigation that I'm aware of, are we?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
We are not a party to ongoing litigation, but there is a litigation that is pending that, as general counsel, it is part of my job to try to limit the liability of the commission and to try to manage and mitigate risk. So as part of that, obligation, I make certain recommendations to the board to consider.
Did you consider the liability risk of hiding information from the general public about and the legislature from hiding that information?
Again, I guess I take exception with the suggestion that we were hiding information. I think the issue was we wanted to be accurate with what was being stated in a way that protected the commission. So I would not call that hiding information.
Did the information as developed by the research team point towards potential testing inconsistencies and testing fraud?
If I may.
Please.
I think the question is better directed to testing to answer that question. I do note that as part of their Q&A document that they released after the report was released, they did indicate that there were no changes made to the data sections of the report, and that the only and I'll leave it at that.
The information. So the reason this information was kept out of the report and the characterization is because you were concerned about liability. That's what I'm hearing.
That was part of the consideration, correct?
So again, I'm raising the question because we, at the same time, we're apparently investigating one independent testing lab that appears to have had significant problems with testing accuracy, had economic incentive, and as a result, had grown its business to now be doing 25% of the testing across the entire industry. And then we found that they were not doing the right thing. And so at this time, when I hear that you are concerned about liability vis-a-vis an external vendor's lawsuit, I don't think we're party to that lawsuit, so that's not our liability. But our potential liability could come by failing to protect public health and safety, by failing to do the regulation that we need to make sure that there is consistent reporting on THC levels, to make sure that we're protecting patients so that they can get the proper dosage of medicine they need. Are you concerned about that liability?
If I might just respond to a few things that you said there. First of all, I will get to your question, but let me just first state that as general counsel, there's a firewall that exists between enforcement counsel and general counsel. So I don't get information related to ongoing investigations. And so there's a reason for that. So to the extent that you suggested that the GC had knowledge of enforcement actions while these edits were being recommended, that's not correct. I will also add in response to your question that while the commission is not a party to that ongoing lawsuit, that could change. And we
So
could
again,
be, we
I'm
could be
directly-
added to the
I'm
lawsuit.
directly-
So I am trying to make sure that I'm answering the question in a fulsome way where the thrust of the changes that were recommended were offered in an effort to limit the commission's liability and to avoid it from being added to this ongoing litigation.
Okay, so can you answer the question that I asked?
Could you repeat the question?
The question is, given the fact that the information that was being put forth when our director of research was not given appropriate access, I believe, to testing data, that an outside licensee had done a public records request asking for this public information. And the whole point of our research mandate, read this. The commission shall develop a research agenda in order to understand the social and economic trends of marijuana in the Commonwealth, to inform future decisions that would aid in the closure of the illicit marketplace, and to inform the commission on the public health impacts of marijuana. And it goes on. We have a mandate, a statutory mandate to report, which I'm not sure when you first arrived, I'm not sure you understood the context of what that research, why it was being done. It is to protect the public health and to inform policy decisions. When you approved the removal of a statement that literally lays bare the economic pressures that can drive growers, product manufacturers, and labs towards higher cannabinoid results, that language is meant to say to the legislature, we need to do more to protect the public's health and safety. It's an issue. And you took that out. But further, part of what we're trying to do here is to convince the legislature that to do our job, to protect the public's health and safety, we probably need a standards lab. And so when we take that critical nugget of information, which, by the way, our director of research, that was not given to her. It was not given to her after the public records request happened. Now, again, that's what I think the motion we're going to put in place here. But when I hear you say that you removed that language to protect us from liability, yet I ask you, we know that there has been significant problems across the system in Massachusetts and in other states, that it's a public health and safety risk. So are you not concerned that by taking that information out that specifically names the problem, that you have not exposed us to liability because we're not doing everything we can and should be doing to protect public health and safety? Do you have concerns about liability? You previously said you couldn't comment about it, but I think it's incumbent upon you to protect us from that liability.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand by the edit. I think the edit was offered in good faith. And to Commissioner Roy's earlier point about the Wall Street Journal having reported on the phenomenon, obviously the information about that phenomenon was out in the public. And so the fact that that sentence was not included in the final draft of this report did not somehow prevent that information from being released to the public.
So do we just count on the Wall Street Journal to do our job?
Is that a rhetorical question or?
No, that's a real question.
Well, I think the legislature would look at all the information that is out there available to it in making its determination.
Okay, thank you. Right, Executive Director Kern, I think you probably can move to the process.
Thank you,
now.
Madam Chair. I just want to also sort of reference in here, we did look at some other considerations based on our discussion with Commissioner Roy and Benedon and the research team. And I just want to highlight one of I think some of the comments that were made from the research team in that discussion, which was that through this process, that, you know, these considerations were improved for for clarity was the wording. Now, that was not specific to this one. You were discussing one where you're asking if something should have been removed or not. And so for that, well, I also want to reference the fact that the research team was very clear that they felt that the considerations with the feedback from their colleagues were improved through the iterative process that is carried out for all these reports. That in a number of these instances.
Can I just say that commentary came after the original conversation?
It did.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
After the original conversation.
The original conversations with former Assistant General Counsel Bergquist. What you're saying was
an evolution.
Later conversation, an evolution of the
Correct.
conversation.
In the discussion that came out of our meeting on the 18th of November, and reviewing this with Commissioner Benedon and Roy, that was sort of, again, a statement made about this process. And I think one of the things I just want to add is that the final considerations as they're worded here, one, there were references made to the testing data, and I do have that in here, and the dissemination of data from the data team, that has nothing to do with the legal department. So I just want to make sure people have clarity on that. And the other point would be that in reviewing this, if the board is looking to update the considerations, that's certainly within your ability to do. But I think in terms of looking at how we approach this process, I think just making these the iterative process of document production available is also just a process improvement that it sounds like would address the majority of these concerns.
Right, Commissioner Wright?
Thank you. And I think Commissioner Benedon, we agreed on commissioners should see track changes. I think we agreed on that. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. So we really didn't have an opportunity to look at the track changes until after the fact. And we kind of, now that goes kind of to process, like during the next process, we should be availed that opportunity. I don't know if you have any thoughts.
Do you have any comments?
Right. So that was something we discussed. I know that we did not discuss at length the impact in terms of efficiency of that, but we did talk about whether the board should review the track change comments, not only from legal, but from all chiefs, so that we are aware of what the changes are, what the different iterations are from what was purely put together exclusively by the testing team and what input or changes came.
But it's my understanding that there's an SOP about how these reports are put together. And that was followed, and there was input. And then after the fact, at the 11th hour, that SOP was second guessed. And so that's what I think we need to do here today, is make sure we have a process, making sure that our research team is clear in its language when it's making a request. But also, if we have an SOP, we don't allow last minute changes when it's gone through comms, when it's gone through legal. All of that has happened, and we have a responsibility to go to the legislature, and we have a responsibility to the public that we have a process, and this process was not followed. It was changed. So Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, and to that point, this report, the first request was in September of 2022. This report ended up being 2 years late to the legislature, 2 years. So this will go to the process end of this discussion, but we can't have 2-year late report to the legislature, which helps guide and inform. I mean, we testified in front of House Ways and Means, and they referenced, some of the legislatures referenced our reports. So they do read them. And so it's incumbent upon us to give them all the information, including the economic drivers of what causes THC, potency, inflation, and lab shopping. So I don't know if we're going to hit the process end of this discussion, but.
And Executive Director Ahern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I think that just to kind of reiterate some of the processes in here, certainly, again, I know it's been referenced, the timeline here that I was not here. One of the elements I had indicated was, again, I think just to make clear, legal as well as other departments provide their feedback, and that, within the Q&A that research put out in March, which I was here for and was able to review with the Chief of Research, it is not that the edits were made, it is that suggestions are made and then the research department finalizes it. That's within the Q&A, but that within this process, what I would have been looking for at the time was to make sure that I was supporting the research team. Obviously, I was not here at the time to indicate that the schedule that's put out at the beginning of that process is adhered to if they feel like they need support in that. And so that is one of the items that I have here in the conclusion. The other element that I mentioned within the timeline for the research requests, I did not find that research that was requested was not provided, but I did find that was referenced earlier by the chair when a PRR went out for information that would have been relevant, sharing that directly with not just research, but I&E and other departments would be a better process for us moving forward, which data is fully on board with and will incorporate into their process updates. So I think there are lessons learned from this, and yet I don't want there to be an indication, and I think there were some people who misinterpreted the discussion on the 18th to say that data sets were removed from this report, that is not the case, but I understand the clarification that you've made today, and I think that these process improvements will be implemented moving forward.
Commissioner Roy?
And I appreciate that because I know you are making every best effort to improve the process. We're going to have a different report. These reports alternate from year to year. So we want to make sure that process applies to all the reports. But some of the information that was requested in cannabinoids, Delta-9, THCA, CBD, CBDA, the heavy metals of arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury, vitamin E acetate, and testing by finished plant material was requested and not provided.
Are you aware of that?
In which one are you reading? Is this the notes that you had provided as well?
Yes, from the research team.
I believe that is within the discussion that was had early, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, it's late.
I know, we're getting
Forgetting my Robert's rules. I think that is certainly within the discussion that we've had with the Director of Data Analytics and the CTIO with reference earlier of what we're hoping will be able to be done on a consistent quarterly basis. That at that point, the amount of data and sort of the lessons learned again for doing these things for the first time is that a lot of those reports can be written so that they're repetitive and can be handled more easily. So I believe that has been addressed by data so that they'll be able to make sure that all of that, all those requests can be fulfilled. And again, there will be new questions that come up in the future and we will have to adjust. And certainly one of the takeaways that I have from Canada is that these are struggles that basically every jurisdiction has been dealing with. And so I think, taking a reflective look at this process and making improvements is absolutely necessary.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner you make a motion about process?
I'm sorry, Chair. Is it?
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Benedict? Are you good?
I'm sorry, Chair. Is the motion in bold?
That's what.
Okay, so I'm reading this on the fly because I haven't had an opportunity to read it yet, but thank you, Chair. Making a motion, the Executive Director, Chief of Technology and Innovation, Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, and Director of Communications will work collaboratively and in a timely fashion to assist the Research Department in gathering needed information to complete all reporting which the CCC is required to complete on an annual basis under Chapter 94, Section G, subsection 17. This will be done in a collaborative and timely fashion once the Research Department has communicated the information and timeline needed to do the statutory reporting. Further, staff will adhere to all Research Department SOPs. And if I may, the commissioners will have the opportunity to review track changes.
Okay. You made that motion?
Could you put that in the chat, please?
You have that in writing?
No, I can type it out. No.
I can type. Okay. Do you want to take a 2-minute break? I can type it. Or just type.
I was trying to think if there's anything else. While you're doing
Next
that,
meetings?
yeah, why don't we get on to, let's see, Executive Director, is there anything else? There is no new business anticipated at the time of posting because we've already dealt with that. So if we could put up now the next meeting dates while she is tracking that. And so this is, and again, I will, only because we've had major back and forth. These are all tentative and subject to change. They have been put in place so we can regularly meet, generally twice a month. It is done with the feedback from individual commissioners and some of our top staff so that we avoid any personal time or time away. So anyway, what we have is our next meeting date is going to be January 15th, 2026. It'll be a public meeting here, held hybrid, starting at 10 o'clock. And again, you can see the list of tentative meeting dates for 2026. So.
Anything else? Anybody sing or dance?
Well, I'm just happy to see Attorney Schreffler is back. He missed us.
Please don't put words in my mouth.
No, but I do want to say, and I will recognize Attorney Bruno, because I did not make it to all of the presentation in the felicitation, these speeches, but I did find a copy of your poem congratulating Attorney Schreffler. So I read it, and the hilarious thing is I knew who wrote it. So it was on the floor. I mean, apparently everyone didn't save it as a keepsake, but congratulate you on your new role, but congratulating Attorney Bruno on being just I don't know if it's haiku or what, but it was very well done. So I really enjoyed it. So
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, it's the poetry part of law school.
There's poetry part. No, it's the opposite of poetry. It's how can you not be poetic? Yeah, as a recovering attorney.
Chair,
Yes.
I want to flag that the April 9th date is not a date that works for me.
Oh, okay. So we just untend to that. So we will work with that. Again, that's why I want to tell folks that this is just, we've tried to get this with all of the executive assistants to check with people. So this is still certainly subject to editing.
Well done.
It's okay, sorry.
Madam Chair, while we're waiting, if I may, so we have tabled legal intervention, the 2027 budget discussion. And we will come back to potentially the notice of deficiencies once we review those materials.
Thank you. Yep. All right, Commissioner Stebbins, if you want to just take a minute to read what she's typed or what she's offered.
Use that versus save us some time.
Yeah, you keep talking gap and I have to like think twice about
Shopping at the Gap.
Yeah, well, that's where my brain goes. I told you, he said DOT and I think it's Department of Transportation. So I live with someone who pays a lot of attention to the DOT. Mr. Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Just quick clarification. The inclusion of Director of Communications. Why do we include that person?
Because they have always, this is a public.
Facing document.
Excuse me.
I think they're involved in any public
Yeah,
facing
yeah,
documents.
and,
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse
Okay,
me,
sure.
if you recall the conversation about how difficult it was to get the driver's ed, you tell me. So.
Okay, fair enough.
That's
Fair
fair
enough.
enough. Fair enough.
Present company excluded, so.
Yes, yes, yes.
I have another
So yeah, no,
question.
but it is a public facing document and what their job is not to remove content. It is really to make formatting and stylistic. And again, that's part of why we put in here the SOPs, because there is an SOP. And again, we can always work with anybody here to amend those SOPs. But that was, I think, part of the problem is that the SOPs weren't followed and there were too many cooks. And this had gone through all of those processes and then at the last minute, which is why it got delayed for so long. So Commissioner Bennett.
Yeah, so regarding the language that was put in the chat, which I know we'll discuss further, but there is a line in here, commissioners will also have the opportunity to review all track changes to research reports. And I wonder if we might want to clarify that we are not, presumably by the time a research report is circulated to the chiefs, it has already undergone maybe, you know, a dozen iterations within the research team. And so we are not suggesting that we should be reviewing the research team's internal track changes, but rather the changes made once it is reported out of the research team.
How we can bolster that?
Sure.
Sure.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with all of it except down to that last point. And again, I want to make sure that we are not treading on the integrity of the report. I know that's important to the research team, right? Just I'll wait and see.
Well, no, again,
No,
but this is also part of the integrity of the research team. And it's also why we spent an additional $75,000 with the Donahue Institute when the actual research that was supposed to be done in real time regarding the extension of social equity exclusivity. And we couldn't just have, there are, as we know, there are standards under which this research is conducted and done. And so because we couldn't do that internally, because we were now doing it after the fact, and there could be confirmation bias or all these other, issues that we're worried about. So this is also why making sure that the research team is able to take the data, take the information, and just report, call balls and strikes. And to protect public health and safety. So that is a very good point, and I think that's something that maybe got lost in the process here. So clarifying this is a good thing. Executive Director.
If I may, the only thing I think looks inconsistent with the SOP is that it's not referencing general counsel being part of that process as well. I just would want to reiterate part of my role as well is supporting the research team, that commissioners in their review are also adhering to a timeline. So I think overall this fits within the SOP with the exception of the last line, which is additional, and I agree with. And I would point out that obviously my role as well is to make sure that commissioners are also getting their feedback to the research team in a timely fashion.
Do the SOPs, I think the SOPs includes this.
So I don't know that this is inconsistent with the SOP. It just may not be as elaborate. And I think the last line about the track changes going to commissioners is probably the change in process.
And again, I think that what we're putting in here is this is the gathering of the information. This is helping them inform, and then there are processes afterwards that's not what we're necessarily addressing here. We're talking about making sure that that small team, which is highly regarded across the country, that they have access to the information they need to have a sound and well thought out report. What happens afterwards in terms of how we dot the i's, cross the t's, making sure that we're not doing anything that violates any privilege, that's later. But this to me is just the process that I think was troubling to the team was what happens leading up to some of that. So it's how do we make sure they get the information they need? Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think to your point, the first part of this motion, I think, speaks to that, to make the process more clear, the access to research and data. I'm a little concerned about the follow-on pieces and the reviewing of the track change. I'm okay with the motion as it reads up to the language.
She put better language, which is the opportunity. If you don't want to, you don't have to. It's just making sure that we can see if you want to.
And I guess I'm looking at these as two different things. The access to the information, getting in a timely fashion, and then subsequent to that is data is folded into reports, kind of how that review process goes. So I'm comfortable if we stopped it at further, because I think because I'm hearing all of you talking about, again, the need to access data in a timely fashion and the procedures for doing that. I think
What do you
all of
think?
us agree is.
Can you clarify? What are
Sure.
you saying to take out?
I'm comfortable up with, so far with the motion up to, I think it's 3/4 of the way, 2/3 of the way down. Timeline needed to do this statutory reporting. Period. Everything else, I'm not happy to revisit, but I'm not quite comfortable with right now.
Commissioner Roy?
So in this process, we found out that SOPs necessarily were not adhered to. So that bolsters that. And for instance, if I would have had the track changes earlier, I would have, argued or advocated to keep the economic drivers in. You might see something in market participation in your seat, that a track change has been made, that you might want to advocate to see that information on market participation left in. Commissioner Benedon might see something about agent registrations that she would see in a track change that she might want to advocate. So we just want that opportunity to say, at least have a discussion as, okay, maybe it does deserve to be edited out, but why? And we, so that's why I would like to keep that in.
Commissioner Stephens?
And, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, Commissioner Bennett, I'm sorry, I think you had your hand up. I have, the only, I will just on the SOPs, I'd like you to just sort of address that, because that I think was the real problem here. That's sort of the kernel of the problem, is that we didn't follow SOPs and we didn't follow timelines.
And that, yes, and that is actually what I wanted to speak to. And I apologize if I missed it, but I'm not sure that I actually reviewed the SOP itself, although we did talk about what the process generally would be. One thing that I do want to note for clarification is that my understanding is, and I think this is consistent with the SOP, that chiefs make proposed changes in track changes or via comments, but that ultimately it's up to the research team whether to accept them. And so is that an accurate statement, that ultimately the research team remains final
Independent.
Ownership and independence, and so they could reject a proposed change. And so one thing that we did learn, which the executive director alluded to earlier, was that the feedback from the research team that we heard through this process was that overall they felt that the input received, not just from legal, but overall strengthened the report and the considerations. But I think it's important to emphasize that ultimately the research team needs to retain independence, and if there is a recommended change in track changes, they could reject it.
Right. Yeah.
I agree. I think that happened. I think that happened here. So I think that we should be clear that there isn't a suggestion that a change was kind of made and forced on the team, but that all changes are recommended changes.
If I may, Madam Chair, just to that point, I believe the Q&A too, which is a link within the document, also specified that, which is the timeline, I think, is certainly something that was brought up, and a request from the research team for my support moving forward to make sure that we stick to the timeline, but that ultimately they feel, the way that this is written is that they have the ability to accept or decline feedback.
Okay, thank you. All right, so do we, go ahead, Commissioner.
Sorry. And thank you, Madam Chair. And after Commissioner Benedon's comments, I'm feeling comfortable about going down to further staff will have adhered to all research department SOPs, but I'm still not comfortable with the language after that about reviewing track changes, because again, I appreciate, the kind of independence of the research team to produce a report, and I don't want to send any signals that we as commissioners have our hands in it, even though our names are all on the report when it goes out. But I just to share with you, I'd be comfortable with the motion, again, after hearing Commissioner Benedon's comments, up to the research department SOPs.
Okay, Executive Director, what's your name? Ahern.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right.
And just to that point, I think Commissioner Benedon mentioned this before, we haven't gone through the actual SOP. So perhaps the review of the SOP to incorporate that, because I don't want to create additional work for research either. I think the answer is that the commissioners are looking to understand the feedback that was submitted. I think track changes over multiple iterations is going to be a document that will not make sense to the human eye. But in a lot of these, there are comments, there's those types of things. So if I could work with the research team to try to incorporate what the intent of the board is into the SOP and bring that back, would that work for the board?
That. Are you comfortable with that, Commissioner? Because you and Commissioner Bennett were more directly involved in.
Yeah, and I know you said they, accepted the changes, but if you read that meeting between Attorney Berquist, General Counsel, and the research team, basically they were pushing back, and it was explained to them, we don't want to be subpoenaed, and we don't want to be in a lawsuit. And this is going to the legislature. I have it in the notes, not my notes. I didn't write the notes. So there's also a pressure on them to have to accept, and I don't like that pressure. They felt like Commissioner, you're saying you don't want the research team to feel pressured by us, but there was enormous pressure because we don't want to be part of a lawsuit that we're not a party to. And this is, and multiple times it said the audience is the legislature, the audience is the legislature. So they were under pressure to accept these edits.
Madam Chair. Yeah, and I think within the Q&A, I think it answers sort of some of those elements, what is done and what is maintained. But I think when I'm saying this as it relates to the SOP is just, I think the intent here is to ensure visibility and clarity for the commissioners. And I just don't want to create something in this motion that creates a lot of work for the research department when they might be able to tell us how to do this better.
So how about we keep the language all the way up to SOPs, and then we can do
The SOP and maybe incorporate commissioners can look at it and find before the very.
I just want the research team to be able to tell us how
Yeah.
to word it.
All right, so are we comfortable, because again, in a moment, I'm gonna start forgetting my name. So anyway, it is, we've had a long day here and I think we've had a very productive day. So I am going to reread for the record. We do have this here. We will stop at SOPs. So it's the executive director, the motion per Commissioner Roy.
Commissioner Benedon.
Oh, I thought you were.
Well, she fixed it.
Oh, she fixed it. Okay. Commissioner Benedon's motion, the executive director, chief of technology and innovation, chief of investigations and enforcement, director of communications will work collaboratively and in a timely fashion to assist the research department in gathering needed information to complete all reporting which the Cannabis Control Commission is required to complete on an annual basis under Chapter 94G, subsection 17. This will be done in a collaborative and timely fashion once the research department has communicated the information and timeline needed to do the statutory reporting. Further, staff will adhere to all research department SOPs. Having been moved, Commissioner Roy, do you second that?
I second it.
Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Hi.
Chair votes aye, it passes unanimously. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn until, did I say January 5th?
Before we do that, these were the packets I knew, and thank you, Abby. She had printed them out. Remember, so just you have them for future reference. I knew she had printed them. Yeah, but I don't know if that has something. So I knew she printed them, Abby. Thank you. But anyway, so there they are. Oh, yes, yeah.
So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn until January 15th, 2026 at 10 a.m. Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, do I hear a second?
Second.
And before I call the roll, I just wish everybody happy holidays. Be safe over New Year's, and I hope everybody takes some needed time to recharge because we're going to have a lot of work in 2026. So with that, I will call the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye, but happy holidays to everyone as well.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye, and happy holidays.
Commissioner Benedon.
Hi. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Chair votes aye, and with that, we are unanimously adjourned until January 15th, 2026.
We're all tired.
All right.
Thank you. Good job. Thank